message me, of course. I'll be right back. In Europe, and this is 2025, right? So obviously something that you want to keep up with. Obviously, we're updating the data every day, but you want to be able to make sure that you're staying on top of your game as far as understanding what's being searched so you can, again, convert that to bookings. Okay, so this is the top search origins. So because people have different booking patterns. If you think about Germany going into Europe, it's a quick hour flight to get really anywhere, maybe a 2-hour flight. If you're coming from the US like me, it's a journey, right? It's something that you really have to plan for. So how you approach those different types of travelers will be very different. So it's not only understanding who's searching, where they're coming from, but also try to get more detail into the travelers, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. So I find this very interesting, and I see this not just coming to Europe, actually. It's more of a global phenomenon with the premium class from Seoul, from Korea, is increasing substantially. So in the first half of 2026, premium bookings coming out of Seoul into Europe is up 60%. From Tokyo, Taipei, up multiple double digits, right? 35, 40%. This is a huge opportunity. Why? Because these people are willing to spend more money. So they might stay longer in your destination. They might do more tours in your destination. They may stay at a hotel that's maybe a little bit more expensive. So all of these things, you come into play and you start to think about, okay, well, how am I going to get them to come to my destination, to my hotel? So that's how do the airlines get them to keep booking, right, in the premium seats? Do the airlines have the right fleet in Seoul based on the fact that the premium bookings are at a premium, for lack of a better word, I guess, right? And so these are all things that this data can help to be able to prepare, and again, for us to be able to help our customers and partners ultimately influence the traveler journey. Okay, so again, this is now high-end travel. So here, this is European destinations, right? So we looked at Seoul being a driving force as an origin. Here are the destinations. Now, this is first half of 2026, so if you kind of look, Milan, Venice, Rome, the Olympics were happening, so I think that we know that there was probably an uptick in premium bookings during the Olympics, but you can see Athens right there, Istanbul, obviously not impacted by the Olympics. So those destinations are where the premium seats are being flown to. So if you're in those destinations, this is a great opportunity to, again, figure out how you're going to target that customer probably a little bit differently than maybe somebody who's booking an economy, right? So you really start to understand the traveler a little bit more, and then how you're going to approach that traveler. Okay, so this is length of stay, right? So this is by origin, right? So you can see intra-European from the Americas, from APAC, and then from Middle East Africa into Europe. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on kind of what we're looking at here. So obviously, you think about a lot of business travel within Europe. The short stays are obviously the biggest contributor intra-Europe. But you can kind of see then for the Americas, medium stays, 6 to 13 nights. People coming from Asia, 14 plus nights. Those extended lengths of stay are fantastic for destinations, right? For your hotels. So how do you, again, target those customers to get them to stay for a longer length of stay in your destination, your hotel? So this is a great understanding. And maybe you have to offer certain promotions. Maybe it's you get a 4th night free, or those types of things that you start to get people to stay a little bit longer. There's a lot of opportunities there as far as marketing and targeting them in a certain way because they're going to stay for longer periods. So now we're looking at the tourist arrivals to key European destinations, and now we're kind of looking at the size, right? Solo travelers or couples, families, or large groups. So you can kind of see the fluctuation there. And I'll kind of point out a few here. So solo travelers represent the majority into London and Frankfurt. More business travel, I would say, on their own, quick in and out. We talked about the intra-Europe, like one night length of stay, 2 night length of stay is probably kind of that business traveler. Then when we look at Rome and Amsterdam, more couples. So again, you're going to market to those 2 travelers very differently. The solo business traveler, again, quick in and out, but they do want information on local attractions that we found, right? But then the couples, maybe it's going to be more of a romantic getaway or something like this. So again, your marketing will vary depending on how people are traveling. Is it by themselves? Is it couples? Is it families or groups, right? If it's me and my husband and my 3 kids, it's going to be a much different experience than just my husband and I, or just me on a business trip. So how you're marketing to me needs to change depending on how I'm traveling and who I'm traveling with. So again, really important information on the marketing side. So I find this actually very interesting, right? So this is international tourist arrivals to Europe, and what you can see here is now age category. And I always make the joke because I'm getting old. I'm even struggling with my eyes to see these slides. It's kind of sad. But if you market to me on TikTok, you're not going to get very far, right? But if you market to a 25-year-old on TikTok, you're probably going to resonate with them. So this age category is actually, I think, super important when you're thinking about marketing. How are you going to do that? So we looked at that circle slide that talked about all the distribution channels and how complex it is now from bookings. So if you think about now I have to take that complexity and simplify it to be able to reach the customer. Now I understand who the customers are from an age perspective, and now I'm going to say, okay, these are the distribution channels that I need to focus on to target these people by age category who are coming into my market. So what you can see here is that the 25 or younger travelers obviously are kind of peaking during spring break, summer travel, right, when they're not in school. So you can kind of see those peaks there. And then the mid or older travelers represent, they're trying to find maybe the cheaper times, not the high peak seasons, because they maybe have a little bit more flexibility in when they travel. So you can kind of see that there. But what I think is interesting, if you look at Berlin, Copenhagen, and Warsaw, what you can see is that it's kind of up and down here, right? And if you look at Berlin specifically, they are able to attract more travelers during the low season than Copenhagen and Warsaw. And you can see Copenhagen and Warsaw, right? It's more extreme seasonality. So if I'm the destination leader in Copenhagen and Warsaw, and I understand that the higher aged travelers are coming at shoulder periods, not peak seasons. If I'm them, I'm targeting those travelers. I'm saying I need to flatten my curve a little bit from a seasonality standpoint. I need to find occupancy in hotels. I need to make sure that the tours are being full and they're be able to run their business, right? So how do I flatten that seasonality curve? Well, that's who I'm going to target, the higher age travelers who are not coming in peak season. So I think that's a fantastic opportunity for those two markets to really drive business, to get more occupancy throughout the slower periods. Okay, so now we are looking at lead time. So I talked about the fact that for the US, right, you're going to have to market differently to different types of people. So you can look at the average lead time. So lead time into Europe from the UK, 92 days. The US, let's focus on that just because it's a longer haul than coming from the UK into Europe, 94 days. So if I'm putting together a marketing strategy to target US customers, I need to understand this lead time. I need to target them and really be able to market to them in this lead time, right? When they're booking. So if I'm in the US and I'm saying, okay, I want to go to Europe for a weekend getaway or whatever, maybe a little bit longer length of stay as we saw, I'm looking between Barcelona and Madrid. How does Barcelona as a destination or Madrid as a destination, how do they make me come to their city, right? And they need to understand when I'm booking so that all of a sudden I'm getting information because I've searched. They know I've searched. Now I'm going to book. This is the lead time. How do they come to me and say, come to Barcelona? This is why you should come to Barcelona, right? And this is where there's so much opportunity to really combine these data sets and start to put together a very targeted approach. So this slide kind of talks about the media aspect of it, right? But again, and I've kind of talked about it throughout, so I'll be repetitive. But you need to identify the peak and shoulder periods, right? So the peak periods, that's your 25-year-olds and younger. Target them. That's when they travel. That's the only opportunity they have to travel. But for the older travelers, try to get them in the shoulder season. Again, try to flatten that curve from a seasonality perspective. Then activate. Put together your campaigns. What does your campaigns look like? How do you target? How do you convert the customer? And I feel like this is really an industry opportunity, right? How does the destination work with the airlines, work with the hotels in market, work with the local attractions to bring it all together to drive that tourist or that traveler into that market, into that hotel, on that airplane? And then obviously measure, right? You have to measure the results. What's the ROI for this investment? And are you converting those travelers? Okay, I have 21 seconds. So I'm going to go over the key takeaways here. So air connectivity is driving strong growth. When we looked at the big football event that's happening in the US, I mean, we see so much demand from an airline standpoint. So I know I'm in Europe, but I mean, we know that demand is out there to travel. Across the board, we saw it, right? We looked at the world and we saw that year-over-year growth and that demand for airline travel. So we know it's out there. So then how do we take that demand and then capitalize on it in the markets, right? Traveler demand signals are strong and diversified. So we saw kind of different, how people are booking, when they're booking is very different. So it's super important to have that knowledge about each traveler or where they're coming from, origin, destination, to be able to make good marketing decisions. So destinations attract distinct traveler segments and premium class travel is booking. So we talked about, especially coming out of Asia, we saw Seoul, we saw Tokyo, Taipei, huge year-over-year premium travel growth. How do you take advantage of that? How does the airline have the right fleets? How does the destination offer the right things to do? And how does the hotel support those customers who are willing to spend more money? And lastly, action drives performance. In advertising campaigns, listen, you should never be running an advertising campaign if you don't have data to back it up. Data should be the key in every advertising decision that you make. And I hope that you're doing that today. And if not, you can always come talk to me. We can find a way to make that happen moving forward. And here is a QR code. If you'd like to take a picture, you can request your own report. We'll send you a report for your market if you scan that QR code and let us know. But that's it for me. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for all taking the time out of the busy show to come listen to me speak today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for jumping in. That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the next session. We're just going to set up. So stay tuned and be ready in a minute. And welcome back. I hope you are sitting comfortably, and I'm looking forward very much to moderate this next session. It's titled From Insight to Action, What Global Research Means for Operators in the Tours and Activities Space. And this is indeed our first of 4 panels today, and I'm very excited to have this specific group with me, where we're going to go over some of the findings from the Amadeus research, but we're also going to dive into these people's businesses and talk a little bit about how they see things developing within. And it gives me great pleasure to first of all invite Nikki Hellier, who is a Senior Vice President of Marketing at Tours by Local. Welcome. Do take a seat further over there. And let's give her a quick hand. And then we've got Travis Pittman, co-founder and CEO of Tour Radar. Welcome, Travis. Nice to have you back. And last but not least, we have Roisin O'Sullivan, who's Global MD of Walks and Devour. Hi, Roisin. Take a seat. And let's give them a hand, please. Let's make them feel very welcome. Thank you. Yeah, good to have you here. Thank you. You've all got your mics, and you were lucky enough to have a little look at the Amadeus research before we met today. So I know you've studied that in some detail. And maybe, Roisin, if I can start with you, I wanted to look a little bit about the topic of demand patterns. And, you know, what are travelers prioritizing? And, you know, are they truly prioritizing experiences over ticking off landmarks, I guess would be a question.
Yeah, we see a huge increase in demand in line with the research on high-end luxury travelers. The booking window for special access tours in particular is crazy. We have one tour that enters the Vatican Museums before it opens, and it sells out January for the full year. So there are some points of huge demand and very little supply on the luxury side, like for those once-in-a-lifetime activities. We're seeing the booking trends for once-in-a-lifetime to be earlier and earlier, higher and higher spend. Okay. But then at the same time, we saw food tours, which are largely booked within the last 7 days and kind of bolt-ons to broader experience. So definitely seeing an increase in the value of time, how much people are willing to spend to make sure that the things that are important to them are optimal. But also seeing a lot more flexibility and a lot more last-minute planning.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm going to start again almost because I realized that I wanted the guys to do a little introduction to themselves that's more than just a title and a company. So I don't mind having made a mistake because it'll make it better for you to understand these people a little bit more. Let's go back to you, Roisin. Okay. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your company, just in case that it needs an explanation, and then we'll go to Travis and Nikki.
Okay. My name is Roisin. I am the Managing Director of Walks and Devour, which is a sightseeing and food tour operator based heavily in Europe. Italy and Spain are our biggest markets, but also in the US.
Fantastic. Travis, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So Travis Pittman, co-founder and CEO of Tour Radar. For those who haven't heard of us, we're a multi-day tour aggregator platform marketplace. So we specialize in aggregating all the big tour operators like Intrepid and G-Adventures, but also about 2,300 DMCs from all over the world. So the typical booking for us is an 8-day adventure and about 3,000 euros. So it's a bit different to the day tours, hence why here to add a different perspective.
Fantastic. And Nikki, a little bit of you and Tours by Locals, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Nikki Hellier. I'm the Senior Vice President of Marketing and Growth for Tours by Locals. We are an online platform, so we connect travelers with private tour guides all over the world. We're in 177 countries, I want to say. We've got more than 5,000 guides on our platform and more than 50,000 tours the last time I looked. And we do everything from a half-day walking tour, full-day driving tours to safaris, shore excursions, you name it. So we've got the full breadth, and it sounds like a very diversified panel here.
Good. That was the idea. I hope that sets the scene a little bit better. Thank you for bearing with me. And yeah, Nikki, maybe I can continue where I started earlier on. Let's talk a little bit about the sort of travelers, the priorities of the travelers. What are the trends that you are seeing, and how does that maybe sort of bear reference to the research we've just heard from Amadeus?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we're definitely seeing personalization and experiences being very, very important to travelers. What we don't see in our business that was in some of the research is that shortening of booking times. So we're still seeing more than 50% of our travelers booking 60 days or more out from traveler. So the people, I think what Roisin said, they want to make sure they're getting the experience that they're really excited about and getting that booked in early. So that was a counterintuitive one that we saw. We do also see costs, our average booking value going up. So our booking values are up about 15% year on year. And that really is about people wanting to travel for longer. So instead of taking that half-day tour, they're doing a full day, or they're doing something more immersive that is bringing the cost of that up. So we are seeing costs, not costs, but the average booking value for experiences going up year on year.
If I can come back to you, Roisin, and then I'll get to you, Travis, because we're sort of in the area here of the in destination. The changes in booking behaviors. Can you give us sort of more insight from your perspective on that? What have you seen that might have surprised, or where you just think this is just a natural evolution of things?
I think there's a bit of a push and pull in terms of where the supply is and where the OTAs are driving. So on one hand, we're seeing with our direct clients a real push for more special access, like I mentioned, a lot more high-priced products. We too are seeing huge increase in the average spend. But then at the same time, the word coming back from OTAs is consistently that people want shorter, like not 3 hours, 2 hours, and it's becoming very price competitive. So I think that there's a real division between the different types of travelers and the different strategies that booking channels are pursuing to get them in. I think one of the most important things is that the supply isn't increasing, right? So demand for European attractions in particular is increasing all the time, but there's no more tickets. And so there's a real tension in having these finite resources, the cost of them going up over time, the willingness to pay going up over time, and yet some downward pressure on pricing and downward pressure on timing for, I think, a focus on younger travelers who are looking for shorter tours.
Interesting. And our multi-day tour expert on the panel, why don't we talk to you a little bit about the patterns that you are seeing, any surprises along the way, and how you also feel that things are going in your line of work?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, looking at Katie's data, so seeing like the US, it's 94 days was the average time to book the flights. We're actually seeing a little bit what you were saying of it's actually getting a bit longer. It's not shortening. So if I compare to 2 years ago, the US has got a little bit longer. It's about 115 days now from when they book to actually depart. Australia has actually increased about 14% in the last 2 years. So we've gone from, I think it's 123 days to 145 days. So we are seeing those actually extend somewhat. And the interesting thing with our product is, so it's a considered purchase, and it's actually the reason for the travel. So that's what we've always said, is that people don't just book a flight to Arusha in Tanzania and then go, I'm going to climb Kilimanjaro today. They're actually going to book the trek, and they're going to do that first and then book all the other stuff around it. And so if you look at the data that we have with what was on the stage now with Katie, it confirms that people are booking the tour, so the 10-day, 14-day European experience, and then they're booking the flight after that because they want to make sure that that's locked in. And I think the other data that we always like to say, and you look at the flattening of the curve, where you're looking to get people outside of the main places like Paris and Barcelona, a multi-day tour is inherently that, because there is 6 or 7 days or 10 days. So hey, yeah, go tick off those Eiffel Tower and those landmarks that you really want to see, but then get out of those places and go to the countryside, go to places that are off the beaten path a little bit. And I think that's what we really want to focus on, and what we push in our marketing is not just those landmarks, and we want to get people out into other areas basically as well.
Yeah, this is a big topic for this morning anyway. We will keep coming back around that one because we want to utilize every country more than by 2%, as is often the case at the minute. I want to go on. You mentioned the personalization aspect of it, and then we sort of naturally, I think, dive into AI. AI, of course, is in every single conversation. We can't pass it by here. Maybe, Nikki, if I can ask you about that specific, the data and the AI, and how is that helping the traveler, but also how are you as an organization actually utilizing these new technologies that are coming in?
Yeah, I mean, what a time to be alive, and what a time to be going through this transition. We just did a study in the fall that showed our travelers have used AI 150% more just over the course of the last year. Now, our traveler tends to be a little bit on the older side. They're maybe 55 plus, but they are leveraging AI for planning. It's on the small base, but they're using it more and more, and that's just going to explode in the coming months. So they're using it for planning, they're using it for inspiration. I always fall back to, though, that travel is very human and personal. It's basically, our mantra is keep travel human, and I believe that AI is going to be a great facilitator for ideas and inspiration, but when it comes down to the decision about booking and where you're going to spend your time, what your experience is going to look like, a human is always going to be part of that, whether that's going to validate that through your social media channels or through reviews that were left by a human. AI is going to facilitate bringing that in, but the human is still going to be involved in helping to make those final decisions. So we're working on how we're leveraging AI right now to help with that planning process, to stitch together different ideas for trip planning. So yes, you want to see the key site, but how do we start to push people outside of the key areas? But they're still going to need a human at the end to kind of validate, I think, those experiences. That's my view of it anyways.
So we're not going to all end up in autonomous cars with some voiceover.
I mean, never say never. Never say never. I've been wrong before.
I mean, I love sort of city walking tours, and do it really pretty much in every city I visit. And I have to say that the inside of the person, of course, but nonetheless, technology is here. I'll try the autonomous vehicle as well. Rasheen, from your perspective, data and AI, how are you implementing it, using it? How are you seeing it affecting, how your visit or how your customers interact with you?
We're really focused on the brand level value that comes from that. So I think your reputation is more important than ever. Trustpilot, for example, is a platform that we didn't pay a lot of attention to. We had some negative reviews in COVID. That ended up actually being really impactful when the focus went from the number of TripAdvisor reviews you had to a gathering of all of the information about your brand. So working on that was really important to us and very effective. So I think reputation management is key. And one of the interesting things about reviews in that area is that it's not about volume. Right now, the number, if you have 10 reviews on Trustpilot or 10,000 reviews on TripAdvisor, it's a one-to-one relationship to LLMs at the moment, I believe. I don't think anyone can tell definitively anymore what it's doing. So that's pretty important to us. The other thing that we've seen really effective is we have a couple of tours that have specific names that are quite sticky. And so it's easy to reference information across the internet on that. And so we've thought more about like how are we communicating product values, how much are we standing up to them, how much is are our reviews referencing the value of the products? Does it stand up to that scrutiny because that scrutiny is being placed on it? In terms of customizing the product, there's huge demand for private tours. I think something like 40% of the industry now is in private tours. So having moved away from private tours, we're back in it now and seeing huge demand. And it's easy to customize a private tour, but group tours, it's a lot more challenging because the sales channels aren't there yet.
Thanks for that. That's good insight. Travis, you are diving in and using AI, and I think, really sort of getting your head around it as an organization. Tell us a little bit from your perspective where you're using it and what it means to how you actually go about your business now. What are the changes because of AI?
Yeah, there's a lot. So it's different layers. So first of all, the easiest part that we thought we could leverage is around customer service. So we actually implemented a chatbot last year. We're seeing that handle and deflect now 85% of customer inquiries. And so before we did that, we had like a HubSpot integration, which was like 50%. So based on the 15 years of data we have, all the conversations, all the frequently asked questions, all the reviews, everything from that we've collected, we were able to train the model on that. And then obviously we get a much higher success rate in what we can deflect. So that's one. Secondly, we really feel, obviously we know the LLMs are amazing at creating an itinerary. Try and book that, especially in a place like Morocco or Vietnam or Tanzania. This is not stuff that's connected. It's not available. There's no pricing. And that's where we really feel that TourRadar comes in our platform in terms of being that booking and infrastructure and trust layer. So we've talked about reviews a lot. I mean, that's what we started TourRadar basically on reviews. And so user-generated content is the focus for us this year. So it's AI and user-generated content because the combination of those is how I think you'll win going forward. We've built an MCP server, so to allow the LLMs to talk to our inventory. And we've actually just released last week, so it's kind of an industry first here, a ChatGPT app. So actually you go to ChatGPT now, you type @TourRadar, you actually invoke our app, and then you can use that, and it's a different user experience. And so we bring in all of the data, all the structured information, but also then the user-generated content in that to help people make decisions. And I think that's the combination and the sweet spot that will help us succeed, because it is a human emotion, a human element of trust, whether you want to spend $5,000, $10,000 on an experience. So yeah, we're very much invested into the AI component. We don't know if this ChatGPT app will do anything. Of course, you just have to try these things. I've actually been talking to quite a few people here and also just in our own data. We saw a massive increase in LLM traffic last year. In the last 4 or 5 months, it's actually plateaued.
Okay.
Conversion is 3 to 4 times higher because people they have a lot more intent than if they come from Google. But actually, the traffic is kind of plateauing. So is that a sign that ChatGPT is being used less, or are people doing something different? Don't know. And this is all signals. We're just going to have to wait and see. Yeah.
That sort of brings me on to the next question. I think, a little bit with all these tools available to all of us and all of our customers, and they can use a variety of AI tools, to kind of do their research. They can call the organizations themselves. They can use chatbots, whatever. I mean, what would you classify as sort of intelligent discovery? Nikki, I'll go to you first, because it's also how we help our customers rather than them having to work it all out for themselves. So I don't know if there's any insight here that you could share with us in that regard.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, researching travel is hard. It's inherently hard. There's a billion choices out there in terms of what you can do. So how do you know what the right thing is? We're actually playing in a similar playground to you right now, where we are building a ChatGPT app as well. And I think that, to me, if I look at the future tools, I think that could be a game changer. Now, whether it's in ChatGPT or eventually it's in Gemini, because we're seeing a similar trend where ChatGPT traffic is actually starting to stave off, but Gemini is bringing a lot more, which is great because we spent a lot of time on Google. So I would say intelligent discovery for me is like, how do we find the right tools that can help pull together from a profile of the traveler. So it's two people. I love food, I love culture. My partner is recovering from an ACL injury, so we can walk, but not for that far. And how do you leverage those tools to then build an itinerary that's going to be meaningful for you and whatever your needs are? And then it continues to learn. And I think that that's going to be what drives intelligent discovery in the future is true personalization in terms of an understanding of the individual through the technology that's being used.
I mean, for me, I agree, but I also think it's where we have a responsibility, not just to let people loose and hope that they end up finding what they're looking for. We can actually guide, our customers. Roisin, any thoughts on that from your perspective?
Yeah, I think we have a long way to go, right? It's all about structured data, but there's not a lot there. I think the focus over the last few years in the industry, in activities, particularly in tours, has been availability. Can we aggregate as much availability in the same place, which has, by its nature, meant a thing that looks exactly the same for everyone. So I don't think there's a lot of data there about how different products behave, what's the right fit for someone. And that's going to have to be the first step for everyone in the space, is starting to customize and lean one way or the other and make a decision, stop having all the product right in the middle of the road.
Yeah. You sort of touched on this already. Any sort of last remarks from you here, and then I will move on to
I think so.
other
I mean,
topics.
we have 50,000 products. To go there and actually find the one that's suitable for you, it is difficult. Like, you've got filters, you've got different things, but the great thing about these LLMs is you can talk to it, it knows you as in what your preferences are, and you can get much more granular and down to the exact thing that's right for you. Like, you can ask it, hey, I'm a solo traveler, I like adventure, what's the products that are suitable, what have been written, the reviews have been written that actually suit this style of travel for me. And that's the level of granularity that I think we need to get to. And then the other thing that is super important is, on the user-generated content side, is video. And so we all know how much social is being used to be for inspiration, and that's where we've really leaned in with our Moment product. It's a video upload you can do via the app, and it's appended to the actual tour. So in our app, you can see videos of 30 seconds, a minute, from people who have actually seen that. And we're actually now using AI to read those videos, pull out the metadata of, does it include people? Does it include landscapes? What points of interest? Is this other people in the shots? Old people, young people? Is it adventurous? And all of that information is going to be used in the future when we have agents going out on our behalf looking for stuff to match my personality and my taste with what is actually being seen in these videos and in these different pieces of content. And I think this is the future that we have to be thinking about now, and structured data is such a key part of that. And that's the way we're thinking about it, because I think that's where intelligent discovery does actually happen, and you do match people with the right products better.
Roisin, did you want to come
Yeah, I think social media influencers are a really great accessible starting point for people, for operators that want to get into more content creation. We do a lot of work with affiliates, but we're also working with micro-influencers, people who just have a couple thousand followers and are happy to create large amounts of content where they're giving honest reviews of product at a really low cost. And we've seen huge value in having that, publishing it on the site, but also in terms of bringing inbound traffic. So for businesses that don't have a lot of budget to work with, onboarding affiliates that don't have huge following, I think could be just as powerful as large influencers over time.
Yeah, we launched our ambassador program. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's great, like to actually work with the ones, and people who have like 5,000 to 20,000 followers are way hungrier and want to actually work with you, as opposed to someone who has maybe 100,000 or 1 million, who have an agent, who have very high demands. And I think trying to find your sweet spot and the type of influencers that work for you, it really adds a lot of value, for sure.
Let's I'm very conscious of time. So many more questions to get through. But let's talk a little bit about sort of well, I don't know. I wrote secondary neighbourhoods. It really doesn't do it justice at all. But we know that people still travel to all the hotspots. And from there, what we're trying to do, or what we should try to do as an industry, is try and get them outside of Paris or Barcelona as well, whilst they're in destination. And with that comes, of course, the shared economy and our responsibility to give back. Nikki, maybe some thoughts on this from your perspective, company perspective, and also what you're doing to really be a meaningful partner, locally. How does that look for Tours by Locals?
I mean, this is an incredibly important piece of the puzzle that every business in travel should be thinking about. I was in Japan a year ago going up a hillside to a temple in Kyoto, and it was shoulder-to-shoulder people, which, our guide at the time said this is part of the experience, so just accept it as part of the experience. And it is part of the experience, but we want to push people out of the same areas. So for us on Tours by Locals platform, when you're looking at a tour, that tour has been created by a local guide. It's not created by the company. So every guide that we work with actually creates their own tours. The majority of the money that goes into the tour goes back to the guide, which goes back into the local community, which then supports that area there. The other thing that we do is we work with our guides to make sure that they're creating tours that are outside of the area that most people want to go to, so that we've got that range of product and that we can start to push people out. And I think it takes someone who knows the area talking about other things to do in the area to get you over that hurdle. So you make one booking, that might be a highlights tour in Rome, but what that guide is going to do is try and work with you then to get another booking that may go further afield. And so that's part of the work that we're trying to do is, one, we want to support local guides as solopreneurs in the market so that that money is staying there. And then two, work with guides so that they're helping with the dispersion. So in Italy alone, we have 100 areas that we do tours in. Yep. It's not just the big cities. Mm.
Roisin, I'll come to you. The giving back aspect of our businesses. How do you ensure that this is everything you do is something that the locals benefit from?
Well, for us, I mean, that's tour guides, right? Like, I think there's a really important and overlooked cultural importance to tour guides, because they are, I come from Ireland and we don't have licensed tour guides there. It's very hard to get tour guides at major attractions, but it also means there's no viable career for historians or art history PhDs. In Italy, there's a huge industry. Pays €80 an hour. It's a really viable career to study art history and archaeology. But we're seeing some real pushback on the basis of over-tourism, on the prices of tours rising. There's some really heavy politics right now around tour operators working with attractions, a sense that we might be ticket scalpers, that customers have to pay over the odds to get access to these attractions. And I think that backlash against major attraction tours and tour operators is really dangerous, because it overlooks the value of tour guiding as a career and of having viable work opportunities for people who study our history and art and want to carry that forward to visitors. I think we all have a responsibility to diversify our supply, for sure. There's some interesting research from Focus recently about growth being in Asia, but also in activities. So we do cooking classes. We've had a lot of success with flamenco tours, in particular in Spain. I think there's a lot of space in activities being an off-the-beaten-path option. That's not a location. It's not necessarily about taking people to this place or that place, but ensuring that there is work for tour guides that's growing, even though the ticket supply isn't growing, I think is a very serious responsibility.
Very much. From a multi-day tours perspective, what has worked when guiding, your guests maybe a little bit away from the hotspot, shall we say, Travis?
Yeah, a few things. So I see Bruce is here from G Adventures. He'll be talking about community tourism, I'm sure. But I think there's different initiatives from different operators in how they go about these things. But I'll come back to it. I mean, we don't run any of the product. We just aggregate it. We have 2,500 different partners, and a lot of those are local DMCs. And so one thing from the data also Katie mentioned is that people are taking longer trips if they fly further. So the Australians who come to Europe, they typically will come for a minimum of 2 weeks, probably even 3-4 weeks. And I think that's the time when we have to capture them And we see our bookings for those type of customers being, longer, so up to 20 days, and it's multi-country. So it's not just staying in France or just staying in Italy. They're actually going around to different places. And I think that's the way we're trying to view it, is that the more outside of the main places we can get people, and then using our data and our CRM actually in how we can say to people, hey, your tour is finishing in Athens. Here's 3 options that actually suit you, and then get people out maybe to places that they didn't think about, But we know in our data that people who do book that are typically booking something for another 3 or 5 days after that. And so that's a combination of obviously working with the operators. They like to highlight their uniqueness on the side and how they market their product. But then us using data and technology to highlight to our customers the options that they have to get them sort of, a little bit further than they'd normally go.
Let's, before we have a few more minutes, even more than it says here, I think, but let's talk a little bit about behavioral sort of shifts as well. Seasonality, we heard about the shoulder, season, Are we able to get people to be a bit more open about when they travel? Is this shift happening already? I think I know the answer.
100%. So I looked back at our travel data from 2019, and it did this beautiful, January to December, beautiful peak, right, as you expected it. And then if you look at what happened last year, we still had low season in January, February. We saw a peak in May, June, July, a bump down in August. September, October, bump back up again. So we have actually seen that shift happen. And I think it's happening because of a couple of reasons. I think, one, the over-tourism news that's been out in the world is really pushing people to think about going into other time frames. I think there's a value-conscious consumer that understands that if they travel outside of peak season, they can get better deals, and that's great for those travelers as well. And I think we've got environmental challenges that are happening in Europe and other areas where it's just too hot to travel in certain time periods, so people are starting to push out into other areas. So we've definitely experienced that shift, and there's huge benefits to traveling in the non-peak times where you've got a bit more room to breathe, a bit more time to go slowly, and take advantage of some of the better pricing that you'll see. So we're definitely seeing that as a trend now as well.
I was in Lisbon for the first time a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty marvelous. I did another city walking tour. Travis, from your data?
A little bit again, what Katie was highlighting. So our biggest customer group is 50 plus. So couples typically, they have more time, they have more money, they can afford, or they can go during times that are not the peak school holiday periods. And that's where we do see that. But it is actually on us, as companies, to not always just go back to the well that converts. We know that Italy always works, or we know that Spain, or where we need to actually have confidence in our marketing materials, in our teams, to innovate, to actually highlight stuff that's a little bit further or different, to give people confidence to do that. And I think that's through us being a bit bolder and not always relying on conversion rates and saying we have to go to these destinations, which is what we do. Obviously, we balance it. We have those type of destinations, but then we do try and push stuff that's off the side to see, can we get people interested in that type of destination as well.
Roisin, some thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think travelers are learning so much faster now than they used to. It used to take a couple of years for word to get out that a certain attraction wasn't interesting, or that something new had opened particularly. Whereas now, social media is such an important part of discovery that the knowledge is happening in real time. So I think that they're far more educated. We saw huge numbers in November last year, which we've never seen before. I think it was 2019 when October started to get busy for us, but November is a whole new thing. So the low season is certainly much shorter. But we're also seeing a lot of growth in secondary regions, like San Sebastian is booming, Lisbon you mentioned,
We
Seville.
spoke about that.
I think tour operators tend to take their tours offline for low season though. So again, it's responsibility to look at your supply and see, does it match what you want your reality to be? Putting the tours out there in low season and making them affordable is an important part of getting bookings.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. We really have to wrap up in a minute, but I have one question which we haven't kind of even touched on when we sort of prepped a little bit and preparing for today. But Nikki, I'll go with you first. But what is the sort of one industry trend that you think that we are underestimating?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think for me, I still think we haven't wrapped our heads around the right way for AI to support the industry. We all are trying things and we're desperately testing and trying to figure out how it's going to help us. But that is the one that I think we have to find a way to balance how it's going to help the consumer, how it's going to help it drive efficiencies in the business, but how it's still going to interplay with the human aspect of everything. So that's the piece for me. I know it's not underestimated right now. I think it's overestimated. So it's how we find the balance in there.
Maybe back on the figures that you were just sharing, or what was it, Travis, about the kind of things have plateaued. What do you reckon we're still underestimating big time?
That's a really tough one.
I know, so well, you know,
thanks, Charles.
I've got to put it out there.
I think it is one actually a trend that we're seeing that is a bit silent is the 55 plus solo female traveler. So I could say AI and different things, but this is a trend we're seeing. It's growing the fastest out of anything, and it's kind of been a bit ignored. And I think a lot of companies need to start to look at that specifically a bit more.
That's a great one.
We've done a partnership with Journey Woman, which is a publication out of Canada, and they really focus on that market and have released some great data around this. So yeah, I think that's probably
that's a good answer. Last words to you, Roisin.
I think it's cancellations. I think there's a real trend towards increased cancellations with book now, pay later, 24-hour cancellations across sales platforms. And I think that there's a lot can be done about it by increasing excitement between the point of booking and the point of travel. I think it's a completely addressable issue, and it might be the biggest sales opportunity for any company.
I love it. See? Fantastic. Thank you, Nikki, Travis, and Roisin. Thank you so much for being here today. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. 1 minute. Welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed the first part of the morning. Next up, I am super excited to invite somebody to the stage who I greatly admire. And his keynote and a subsequent little interview with me is titled Purpose and Profit, Scaling Community Tourism in a Tech-Driven World. I recently saw this gentleman on stage give a live interview at the FVW Congress in Germany, and I made it my mission ever since then to get him onto the stage here at Itb Berlin. It is Bruce Puntip, the founder of G-Adventure, and he is somebody who will be a very familiar face and personality to everybody in this room. And as I said, Bruce is going to set the scene by tell us a little bit about the journey of G-Adventures, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to dive into the detail, and I've got a few questions prepared for him. So please welcome Bruce to the stage. Very excited to have you here. All yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? You guys didn't want this to be interactive, right? You just want to watch. So I thought this was I agreed to do this after we spoke after, I was in Germany, I think about a year ago, I did another conference, and I think I'm an unusual person to speak at a technology conference. And so I actually had a meeting about 2 weeks ago about what I was going to speak about. But technology has played a very integral part of our growth and our development, but last year we celebrated 35 years at G-Adventures. And you have to understand, in order to understand where we are today, you have to understand, I guess, where we came from, I guess, is the most important thing. So we started in 1990. And about a month ago, I spoke at a university in Canada, and no one was born yet in the audience. So how many people were at least 30 years old in 1990? Put up your hands. Yeah, same kind of vibe. So when I started G-Adventures in 1990, I have to take you back. There was no fax machines yet. There was no internet. There was no email. And when I did research on starting the company, I went to a library. Remember those? And we had a telex. But most of the countries that we communicated with in Latin America, where we ran our first tours, didn't have a telex to receive the message. So we couldn't even use that. So our first trips, I made the reservations by mail. I sent a mail message to a hotel and requested 6 rooms. They sent me back a confirmation requesting a deposit. I went to the bank and got an international money order, and I sent it to them by mail, and they sent back a confirmation. And 8 months later, I just showed up with passengers, hoping my rooms were there, right? Everything was done by mail. And so to understand that and understand how, where we are today, in many ways, I think G-Adventures has become more of a technology company than a travel company. And it's even, and with AI's evolution and how we're going to decide and how we're evaluating, we have all kinds of committees. Are we threatened by AI? Is AI going to disrupt everything and change everything? AI has been so far incredibly beneficial for us. People are searching for G-Adventures. We were doing way better in AI than we ever did in Google, but we don't know why. So it's kind of scary, because it could just turn off right now. We're growing at about 24% on very large numbers right now, and a lot of it has to do with AI and how people are searching for travel. So we're hugely benefiting, but we don't know why. We knew exactly why when it came to Google. But anyway, starting back in 1990, I remember the day I got a fax machine. And when the fax machine arrived in my office, it was like rays of sunshine coming out. It was my opportunity to access global markets. The idea of exporting services and tourism was the first kind of realization in about 93, 94. And then when the internet came, 1995, 1996, and the concept of ecotourism, sustainable tourism, all of those things changed and suddenly travel became an emotional purchase. It used to be just a vacation, and it used to be, booking a room or booking a, but really in that transition, I think it's a very unique industry where technology made the purchase more emotional. Technology is actually often seen as something that's not emotional, but for the first time, I think, in an industry, technology made travel a more emotional purchase. I don't think technology did that with many industries, where it completely devastated publishing. There was no emotion to it. Whereas travel, it put us in connection with our customers and our travelers like never before, like giving immediate communication. And we could tell stories about what we were offering, because we weren't selling just rooms on a ship or space behind compound resorts. We were selling experiences, and we didn't know that. And also, the idea of an entrepreneur didn't exist when I started 35 years ago. Like, we didn't have 27-year-old billionaires when I was starting. And the idea that everyone suddenly wanted to be an entrepreneur didn't exist. And that change in society and change in business that work in parallel with each other, always. Society and business are in parallel always. And when that changed, and we suddenly created entrepreneurs who started filling demand from people's needs using technology, it was really one of the most emotional things that ever happened to technology, because ever since then it's just been somewhat of a steamroller through industries. But I'm going to explain that a little bit, and I'm going to try and keep this. I'm going to try and keep this short because we're going to sit down and ask your questions. I think I can best serve the audience actually answering questions. You don't want to hear about. I love talking about myself. I could do it for hours, but I don't think it's going to serve you as an audience. But now society, as I mentioned, changed throughout the course of the internet. It changed how people book travel, how people research travel. The idea that we have worlds of information in our pockets, how people now knew. I think in many ways, people say it destroyed certain elements of travel, like the element of surprise. Like when people traveled in the early 90s and you went to Africa, it was considered a huge adventure. You didn't know what it was going to look like outside of what you could see in books. You didn't have the internet to research it. You couldn't see content videos about it. You didn't have YouTube you saw Wild Kingdom on television. You saw documentaries. We didn't even have video streaming to show all the beautiful kind of content we see to experience Africa visually before we get there. So you can imagine in the early 90s, if you went to a travel agent and you said, I wanted to go somewhere, and they said, have you ever thought of Africa? And the courage that it needed to go to Africa. And if anyone traveled during that time, you remember when plane doors open and the wave of hot steam and the smell and the feel. We lost that in many ways with technology, but we gained so much more in connecting emotionally with customers. And that big change led to social, which came on. And I think the social is the best thing that ever happened to us as a business, because we could now intimately communicate with customers who could follow what we were doing. And brands started to change significantly during that time because there was transparency, because you could no longer, the internet brought a level of transparency to businesses because you could no longer create a one-way conversation. And I tell this story often, and it's the last one, how tech, in the 90s, Nike is one of the greatest. I'm wearing Nikes. Nike built a whole generation and a business around Michael Jordan. It was a one-way conversation with these amazing commercials about Michael Jordan that sent messages to you, and you walked into a store, you saw a Nike jacket, you thought of Michael Jordan, and it made you feel a certain way. You want to be like Michael Jordan, you want to slam dunk the ball like Michael Jordan, and so you buy that product because they sent a one-way message to you, right? Social created a two-way conversation, and it suddenly exposed brands. So today, if you wanted to be a fan of Nike, you want to follow that brand, you can follow Phil Knight on Twitter. You can follow all their employees. If he fires all these employees, they all jump on Glassdoor. They say what a terrible company it is. Suddenly, companies had to be responsible. They had to answer to their customers because there was now a two-way conversation. And my last story about technology, and then we'll get to the questions. The biggest decision I've made in 35 years came in 2000. So in 2000, we were about to buy a platform to run our technology, to run reservation. It's just a very, you see a technology section here probably selling reservation systems. Everyone's selling reservation systems. Up until that time, we had been using our own systems and manually doing things and building our own. And I didn't want to give up control of the business to an off-the-shelf reservation system that was going to change our culture on how we did things and took away the innovation of the business. And I was going to, is there any developers in the room? Actual developers? None? 1, 2, great. And you're so young, you're not even going to understand this question. So in 2000, I decided we were going to embark on building our own technology systems and not use an off-the-shelf system. It was one of the biggest decisions I ever made. And everyone at that time was using .NET. Does anyone know .NET as the language? Which is a Microsoft language, and everybody used. I went to every consultant. I have friends who were in the industry, and they said, use .NET. Microsoft was king, and everything is going Microsoft. And I hired a young guy named Victor Ning, who was in my, I still speak to him today. He was like a 22-year-old kid. He came into my office, and this is a true story, and he said, you know, Bruce, you're going to pay a lot for .NET. You have to buy licenses, and as the company grows, it's going to get more expensive. And then you're at the hands of Microsoft in the future, because your system is all going to be with Microsoft software. And that's exactly what I wanted to get away from buying the package system. And it was completely the opposite of how I was thinking of how I wanted the company to be and innovate. And he said to me this. He said, there's new freeware. And there's a new company that started out in California. And they've developed a new language. And it's free to use. I said, and I didn't even understand. I said, how is it free? He said, it's a language that they've created. And they're making it free for everyone to use. I think we should use it. And I said, what's this company? He said, you've never heard of it. It's called Google. And they've created a language called Python. It does everything that .NET does, but it's free. And that's what I had to, all I had to hear was free. I said, okay, we'll use that. That single decision from that one gentleman is why I think we've become the global success story, because technology has driven that success over the last, well, it's 25 years since then, but 35 years since start, because we built all of our systems based on that software, controlled the innovation through our technology, rode through the social revolution of social, which is Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, and then the addition of the smartphone in September of 2007 was the next evolution, of which, again, society and technology and business worked in parallel to create an emotional response through technology, which was the best thing that ever could happen to us, who was trying to sell experiences and sell something that was not seen before us, which is, you know, making travel more emotional again, as opposed to just capacity. So that's my story about technology. I'm gonna sit down and take some questions. So thank you for hearing me, and invite the questions.
Thank you. That's a great way to set the scene. I'm running on stage because I'm so excited to be chatting to Bruce.
Okay.
I think everybody can see and feel my excitement about this. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you
Well,
again.
thanks for asking me.
Oh, man,
So we met on a Zoom call recently, so this is our first time meeting in person.
This is actually first time. I've been tracking him down since that German Congress, you know, back in September.
Yeah, I remember.
But now
painful.
you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
But thank you for being here.
In Leipzig. I was in Leipzig. Is
Yeah,
that
that was where I tried to see you afterwards, but you had a horde of
weirdest
people
town
around
ever.
you. It was,
Yeah.
but it was good, and you made an impression, that's for sure. So that's why you're here today, and I knew, of
Thank
course,
you.
of you anyway. So, it just goes to show, never underestimate clever young people, right? Don't be scared of them. They are smarter than us a lot of the times.
Are you talking about me?
No, you know
I'm 60. I'm almost 60 years old.
I'm talking about the guy who introduced
Oh,
you
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah,
Google.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
but I
one.
was young then, too.
Yeah. Younger. Bruce, you and me both. Let's talk a little bit about something I know that is very close to your heart and that has followed you over these 30 years, which is you coined the term communityship. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Can you maybe let our audience understand how that's different from maybe corporate or sustainability responsibility? What is the difference here? What are you trying to say with this term?
Okay, well, there's two questions there. So, over the years, we never identified with sustainable or responsible tourism. Those two things were connected to ecotourism, which was very environment related. I think that, you know, when Al Gore did that movie Inconvenient Truth and identified that the planet is burning and that climate change is a real problem, it connected ecotourism with the environment. We never related to the environment as opposed to what our core competency was: communities, poverty alleviation. We define sustainability through wealth distribution and poverty alleviation. We saw that people were taking vacations in some of the poorest countries in the world, and local people weren't benefiting from people being there, and which built resentment, and it built tension between travelers and the local communities, and that's why they started building these compound resorts to keep local people out.
Yep.
So communityship for us and community tourism, which we really defined over the last 30 years, was that connection to community and redefining how we look at success when it comes to sustainability and responsible, and looking at people, communities, and and poverty alleviation through tourism as our model of sustainability. So we were heavily criticized for a very long time for not having a very solid environmental policy. And I fought that for probably 15, 20 years before we released our Trees for Days program just 2 years ago, addressing our answer to climate and the Scotland Accord that we all kind of signed for 2030.
Yeah.
But communityship is about shared responsibility between operators, local communities, customers, and everyone that kind of comes together and makes tourism possible. So community to us is about shared responsibility, and people, including and holding our travelers accountable as well for their decisions, because so much pressure has been put on operators on what they're going to do. We want to challenge our customers as well about how they're going to book travel, and where they're going to go, and why they're going to travel, and make sure that's an important part of the customer journey.
It's an educational journey as much as anything, of course.
Yeah, well,
we have a responsibility.
We do. As an industry, we have a bigger responsibility to educate travelers.
Absolutely.
I've said this for like 30 years, and nobody believes me till maybe now. Like, there's so much pressure on operators to do things, and us as the industry, but ultimately we have to create products for people to buy. The power is in the consumer, and we have to spend much more time educating the consumer about what they're buying, and why they're buying, and why they're going. And if you don't have a purpose or a reason, don't travel. Just don't go. And so that's the message that we should be educating the consumer with writers, travel agents, people selling travel, because there's only so much we can do as operators. Like entrepreneurship is glorified, but very few entrepreneurs put things in front of people that they haven't thought of yet. Steve Jobs was the greatest entrepreneur who created things that you didn't know you needed till you saw it. Most entrepreneurs feel demand. So we have to create that demand through the consumer and educate them about what they want. And education is the biggest thing to that. We put too much pressure on operators to change when we really have to change the demand, and entrepreneurs will fill that demand.
I feel incredibly blessed personally, because I had a father who understood this when I started to travel some 50, 60 years ago.
Wow.
And he did it very much under those terms. That is how he made us see the world, with very local eyes. Was there a specific moment where this dropped for you? This kind of, we need to really look at what we do locally, and what meaning it makes to the locals.
Well, I don't want to go too far back because of time, but I mean, our first trips, I funded people to run our trips, to buy kayaks, to run our first Belize kayak program. We call this now microfinancing, or Kiva, but we were doing this in 1990 where I needed a small family-run homestay program, so I invested and gave money to a community to create a homestay program. Delphine in the Amazon was our first trip in Ecuador in 1990. He still runs trips for us today. He's a rainforest tribe, and we gave him money to build plumbing and facilities, a microloan, but we didn't know what it was at the time. We were just doing it to create these experiences. So I mean, all of those things, but today, we founded our own foundation in 2002, 2003, Planetera, which now has a network of over 500 members, over 140 community tourism projects that we offer as part of our tourism programs that bring marginalized communities into the tourism supply chain. But that started in 2000, but it's been an evolution. People like to think I started in 1990 with all these ideas, but really it was a change in society with technology and us listening to and constantly reevaluating our potential of what we could be. And I would say the drop-dead moment you're asking for was when we started our foundation in 2002. Even though our first community projects were in partnerships in 1996 with Conservation International, we worked with the Ford Foundation, we worked with a bunch of foundations to build, but then we started our own in 2003. So it was that period that was kind of our moment that we started looking at that travel could be so much more, and so much more transformational.
And as you rightly say, I mean, it is about evolution. Things evolve, and then you have those aha moments along the way, and it's how you act on them as much as anything else. And again, that's the thing about taking responsibility. that brings us back to the fact that it's a tech-driven world.
Yeah.
You said, which I loved when we caught up, the thing about technology has helped you all along.
Yeah.
Technology has been a driver to your success and your continued success.
Yeah.
Could you maybe elaborate a little bit more on that? Because, you know, people are still a bit scared sometimes of technology, and how do you go about that, and why has it become such a driver to the success of the business as well?
Well, I think at the heart of what has made us globally successful, it's been technology, right? Like the idea that we have people from 160 countries book trips with us every year is an extraordinary thing. Like, it's an extraordinary thing that we can create a brand that creates this aggressive brand promise, and someone from Germany will book an African safari with a Canadian company. Like, the fact that we're exporting services, when you have thousands, if not tens of thousands, of local options here, that we can create that connection and a uniqueness for our product and our connection with our customers, that we can be a global travel company that truly is global. Like, we don't have any dominant region. Like, Canada is not our largest, even though that's our home market. I think it's even third or fourth in terms of our biggest markets. And it makes us very unique. But technology has driven the emotional contact that we can have with customers to sell brand. And I think it's a very unusual thing to say that technology has created emotion in any industry. But it's allowed us to create an intimate relationship with our customers and tell a brand story and create a brand promise that we can deliver all over the world in over 100 countries. And we couldn't do that without technology, which is quite a cold thing, but we can create life into our brand through technology.
I love that. Also, I love your actual openness and the company's openness to embrace new technology along the way, from being at the fax machine and all the way up to modern day, as it were. If, for the sake of it, that the community ship, as you coined it, became the dominant model.
Yeah.
What would things look like? What if going forward that became the dominant model? How would things change?
Well, it would start with dialogue with local communities before tourism arrives. Tourism is created in the Western world, and we drop it on the heads of local communities. In order for communities to benefit, they have to be involved in dialogue in the development and the early stages of tourism. There's many countries in the world and many communities in the world that actually have no interest in tourism. Yet we still bring people there, and it creates that hostility. And then tourism companies use it to keep people in compounds. Like, you all have been to a resort where they say, don't leave the gates, it's dangerous out there. So you enjoy this luxury of consuming mass amounts of resources, natural resources that don't exist on that island, living in luxury, worried about thread counts on sheets and Broadway shows and entertainment, where on the other side of those walls, they don't have access to clean drinking water or medical care. And it builds that tension with tourism and tourists, and they use it to their advantage to keep you in these compounds. And so these things are not sustainable over time. We have a finite amount of places that are iconic in the world, and tourism is offering, lifelong growth. Like, we can continue to grow and increase capacity, but we can't. These things are on a collision course with each other.
Absolutely. I've added a few more minutes, so we don't have to rush. We don't have to rush.
Okay,
forget about the clock.
You're the boss.
Forget about the clock. No, but I mean, we are having to sadly wrap up soon. But after building the business, what could possibly still motivate you? You've achieved what you set out to achieve, surely, and maybe a lot more.
Yeah.
Tell us what motivates you to carry on.
Doing extraordinary things that no one's ever thought of before. So, in the last 2 years, we've launched 3 of the best product launches we've ever launched, and I had nothing to do with them. So I have 2 CEOs now, and I have a CFO that make kind of all the decisions. And so in the last 3 years, we've launched G-Lux, which is a community-based 50-plus active program, because people are staying active longer. The fastest launch program we've ever had. The most revolutionary product that I can't believe no one's ever thought of, with 50-plus active program, elevated food and accommodations, but active for 50-plus market. I did a media tour around the world with the launch of that product, and the number 1 question I got asked is, how the hell did you think of this, right? Number 2 is Soloish. Someone just mentioned in your last panel about 55 plus.
Yeah.
Soloish we launched 2 years ago, and it's bigger than G-Lux. And Soloish is a take on singles, because singles implies single people hooking up, whereas Soloish is about people who want to travel alone. Most of our people on Soloish trips have partners that don't want to travel, And you can't book a soloist trip with 2 people. You can only come alone. And the whole trip is about bonding that group of people that are traveling alone. And it's all female-led, by the way. All of our leaders globally in 100 countries is only female-led. And soloist has been, we thought G-Lux was the largest kind of product we'd ever launched in 35 years. And then soloist topped it and is the fastest growing product we've ever seen. And then in January, we launched National Geographic Signature Trip, which is the highest end, $1,000 a day, very high-end National Geographic program. It's only been for sale since January. February was just an incredible month when the trips don't even start till January 2027. And we had an incredible response to the program, over people booking a year in advance when the average booking time is probably 4 or 5 months. We're breaking records with this very high-end, luxury, active, first program of its kind that creates community within a luxury program, which involves our community projects, our community development, like cooking classes with homeless communities, women, different co-ops doing lunches or cooking classes. We have all kinds of experiences that connect local at a luxury level, and it's just selling off the shelves. So what motivates me is innovation, doing incredible things that no one's ever thought of before, and continuing to show after 35 years that we still have a lot of gas in the tank.
I love it. You heard it here first, I think. It was an exclusive, surely?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad. Bruce, thank you so much for coming in. It's been an absolute pleasure to chat with you. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce.
Thank you.
This way. Hi, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed hearing from Bruce as much as I did. It was indeed a pleasure to have him with us here this year. We have another panel ready for you now, and they are ready to debate a lot of the issues that we've already touched on earlier. The title of the session is On the Ground, Shaping Visitor Behavior Through Tours and Activities. And I guess this is a bit of an educational session in parts, but it's very much also to hear from companies across the industry and tell us, how they truly help the local communities that they all work with. We're going to talk about local partnerships. We're going to talk about how we get the travelers to move around when they're in location. And we're going to try and find out how we encourage to actually get travelers to visit many, many more areas of a country rather than all the favorite hotspots, be it Paris, London, or Barcelona, which is, I know, and even my own country of birth, Copenhagen, is one of those hotspots now. So how do we get people into the Danish countryside is what I want to find out about, because it's wonderful there as well. Now, I have invited a wonderful industry friend of mine along to moderate this. It's time to shake it up and have new moderators come on board, I think. And it is somebody who will be very familiar with many of you. It's Dan Christian, founder of Travel Trends podcast. So he's back to moderate. He moderated also for me last year, and it was such a success that I've invited him back. So Dan, why don't you come to the stage first, and then I'll introduce your panel.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, Dan.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Great to be back with you.
His panel is no other than Gebhard Reiner, who is CEO of HX Expedition. Gebhard, please come to the stage. Then we've got Mario Gavari. He is CMO of Travalier. Mario, please join us. We have Gitte Mikkelsen. Oh, there's a Dane for you coming along. Let's see what she has to say. She's senior manager at wonderful Copenhagen. Hi, Gitte. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Clarissa Capiletti, who is regional manager of WeRoad. Enjoy. This is going to be a good one.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. Great to be back with you. This is an incredible powerhouse panel, and I'm going to explain why. And I'm glad it's like standing room only. This is actually, there's two sessions to be at, AI and this conversation, but I actually think this is going to be more important. And the reason I feel very strongly about that, my background is technology and marketing. I'm very invested in AI. However, I think AI is going to be the best thing that ever happened to the travel industry, because people already are seeking more meaningful connection and actually the authentic experiences in destination. And we're seeing incredible increases across the travel industry, and that's the consumer behavior that's driving it. And these are some of the people that are responsible for shaping the experiences we have when we travel. So just to give you an idea, WeRoad, I'm just going to go left to right really quickly just to add a little bit of context, and then I'm going to dive into some questions. WeRoad is one of the fastest growing small group adventure tour companies. You know, it's fantastic following Bruce. I worked with Bruce for a number of years. He innovated the whole concept of small group adventures before fax machines in the 90s. WeRoad, and they're on path to be $1 billion company, and companies like Intrepid, like the incredible growth they're seeing. Same with WeRoad. It's the fastest growing small group company. They went from 10 million to 100 million in 3 years. They did 150 million last year, and I think they'll be the next $1 billion business because they haven't even expanded out of Europe yet. So it gives you an idea, and we'll get into why that's important in some of the conversations. Gitte from Copenhagen, you'll understand in a moment the initiatives they have underway that are leading the way that travelers are experiencing Europe and should experience Europe. And there's an amazing program we'll talk about in a moment that is already expanding that everyone needs to learn from. And then Travalier, the company that's like soon to be $1 billion company that nobody's ever heard of, that's been around for 8 years, that connects all the supply, that is sea and ground transportation that didn't exist before, so that people can get to secondary destinations, destination dupes. We see traveler behavior trying to get further afield. They're powering that and making those options bookable. And then Gebhard, CEO of HX, he's been on our podcast, as have a few of our guests here. They are in the fastest growing segment of the luxury market, expedition cruising. And so we have luxury, we have youth marketing, we've got it all here on the stage for you, so a lot to learn from. My first question, I've got 3. And then we'll do a rapid fire closing. The first one is about community, because that is core to WeRoad's business, and it came up. Travis mentioned it, Bruce mentioned it, his new book is about communityship. So why is community so important when it comes to shaping traveler behavior?
Yeah, well, first
Clarissa.
of all, thank you for the introduction, Dan. I mean, I don't think I have to say anything else about WeRoad now, but yes, so as Dan was mentioning, we organize group trips all around the world for primarily solo travelers in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. So naturally, community is part of our DNA already. And what happens, you know, we've had over 300,000 travelers traveling with us. The people responsible for taking our travelers around the world, we call them our travel coordinators. We have 4,000 of them all around Europe now. And so really what happens on our tours is that there is a lot of peer influence that happens. Because naturally, you know, everybody wants to behave in a certain way. So if we think about our travel coordinators, you know, as part of the training that we do to them, when we onboard them, we spend a huge amount of time embedding into them the importance of, you know, respectful behavior when they're visiting all the different destinations with our groups. And really, they become a role model for our travelers. And what happens, you know, we talk about peer pressure a lot as a negative thing, but actually can have a very virtuous effect when you're traveling in a group, because everybody wants to show up in a certain way. And last year, we ran a survey where 6,000 of our travelers responded. And, you know, it was a staggering amount of them that said, you know, I feel quite lonely on my day-to-day life. Which, again, is something very common in young generations. And more than a third of them said, you know, I look at travel as an opportunity to actually meet new people, make new friendships, and build new connections. So again, you know, when our travelers go on their trips, they really want to show up as the best version of themselves to really build those relationships.
Thank you, Clarissa. And the one thing that she mentioned there that I just want to underscore is the concept of a coordinator. And this is a really interesting thing in that small group space, is that travelers develop a strong connection with their tour leader. I worked at the Travel Corporation for many years. We had different names for them: travel directors, tour managers. The whole idea of a coordinator is someone that obviously facilitates that amazing experience. But what WeRoad does that's really unique is that you can continue to travel with that coordinator to other destinations around the world. And I've seen it when I've been at conferences that people love traveling with WeRoad. The next thing, they're traveling with that coordinator to the next destination. Even though they're not from Iceland, they're going to Iceland with that coordinator, and then they're going to Japan next. So it's a really interesting part of that community model. Now, speaking of community, one of the things that I know Gebhardt and the HX team needs to be incredibly mindful of is the remote communities that they impact, and trying to make sure that that's positive. So when we were catching up in anticipation of this, Gebhardt was highlighting to me that they work really closely with the local communities to plan out these itineraries. So in terms of shaping traveler behavior, how do you go about that at HX?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because you're talking about two different communities here. One is the community of travelers, which is those people that we take into difficult to reach areas to expose them to communities who are isolated for a large part of the year, who struggle throughout the year, who try to find ways to maintain their authenticity and protect their cultural integrity. So what we do is when we go up into Arctic Canada or in the northwest of Greenland, we work with the Inuit communities there. We've done so for a number of years and allow them to design the itineraries for us. So we don't go in there and say, we're coming with 300 people, can you put a sing and dance show up and a little food here? But we actually go and say, and it's a real process because you have to go through the older village heads, a real process by asking them, can you design something that is meaningful for you and is meaningful for our guests, that introduces your culture, your life, your culinary aspects as to how you survive throughout the year to our guests in a meaningful way. Meaningful in the sense that we want to exercise responsible tourism and we want to participate in providing a meaningful, sustainable infrastructure, economic infrastructure to those communities. Some of the challenges that they have is a lot of the youth is migrating away from those communities because they have no future, no hope there. There is no work, there is no opportunities. They struggle with alcoholism, with drug abuse, and they are isolated for 7-8 months a year where there's just no access to those communities. So those 4 or 5 months that there is access, when we get to those communities, it needs to be meaningful for them and sustainable to go forward.
Yeah. So the key word then, takeaway for me, is the meaningful travel that they're really focusing on. And like you, when I attend conferences, I'm always sitting in the front row, I'm taking notes, I'm trying to absorb from these conversations to figure out how I can apply it to business strategy, and what are those unique selling propositions that each of these businesses have, and why are they successful in the marketplace. And so meaningful travel, the whole concept of a coordinator. Now, let's go to a city level now, with a city that's leading the way. And I'd love for Gitta to explain to everyone what CopenPay is and the background on that.
Thank you very much, Dan. I would love to do that. We are very proud of our CopenPay concept. Actually, we just this year launched Destination Pay, so you can make your own. because for us, we were looking at a world where tourists found it more and more difficult to actually be good tourists. Everyone wants to respect and to come and create some meaning. They want to have an authentic experience. But how do you do that when you visit a new country? So what we did was to make it easier for the tourists to actually be good tourists by making it easier to do good deeds. And what is a good deed? Well, it could be collecting trash from the harbor, or it could be going on a bike instead of in a taxi. And when you do that, for instance, when you go to a hotel or a museum, you will get something as a reward. You will get a free coffee or maybe a lunch. But what we see is, and that's very interesting, is that people actually like to do the good deed. So that is kind of like a reward in itself. And what we see is, and that is the most positive thing, is that the locals really love for tourists to engage. So the most important reward is actually to meet up with the locals. And what we in Wonderful Copenhagen really like is to create these good, positive meetings. So there is this kind of cultural exchange.
Yeah.
And we are very proud of that. And it's our 3rd year. And we want everyone to be a part of it.
Well, it's a perfect way of changing traveler behavior. And one of the issues that keeps coming up, as we've seen over the last few years, especially in Europe, is this concept of over-tourism. None of us like that terminology, but the reality is that destinations get overwhelmed at certain times of the year. It's not a great traveler experience. And we've seen cities throughout Europe that have had flashpoints, Barcelona being one of them, of course. And a few days ago, I was at Get Your Guides headquarters, and we were doing a panel, a similar discussion. Copenpay actually came up in conversation as one of these examples of how to get tourists to behave in the right way in destination and give them the incentives to do so. So I was keen for Gitte to share that, but also to highlight that that program is going to roll out in other cities as well that can emulate that approach. Now, the other part of this conversation that I'm really keen for Mario to speak about is the idea of ensuring that you have connectivity from a platform point of view. The whole idea that I was having that panel conversation at Get Your Guides office is because a professor from the University of Milan, Professor Guido Garzoni, if you want to look up this report, did this analysis on people traveling to Italy, about 1,000 travelers, a lot of Canadians. I'm Canadian and I love coming to Europe, and especially now more so than ever. You guys need to continue to lead the way. But one of the things they highlighted is that when it's the people traveling to Italy, 75% of them visit 4% of the country. And this is a real challenge for any city, is that people want to go see the main sites. So travelers have already been changing their behavior, and they're trying to travel further afield, and this big concept of secondary destinations. Last year we talked about hidden gems, and as well we all know, just like from my time at Lonely Planet, you know, this whole off the beaten path, as soon as it's in a Lonely Planet guide, it's on the beaten path. As soon as it's used a hidden gem, as soon as it's revealed, it's not hidden anymore, and it ceases to become a gem. Now, one of the things that Travelier is doing is connecting these secondary destinations. So tell us more about that, because one of the big challenges we know is that half of these experiences or more are still not bookable online.
Exactly. Thanks, Dan. And yes, the Travelier really mission is to connect all of the destinations where you want to go, even if they're hard to reach, right? And that's why we have this multimodal engine that allows you to combine flights, of course, but especially buses, trains, and even ferries. And that's where we speak of destinations, and you probably have heard the trends like dupe destinations, right? Let's go to a city that is small and not so touristed, but actually is very similar to Paris. I don't know, Bucharest, for instance. If you think of islands, instead of going to the Maldives, why don't you go to Palawan in the Philippines? To get to these type of destinations, especially in Southeast Asia and in Latin America, sometimes it's really hard, right? And you have to think that most of the actual transportation operators, the bus and ferry operators, are really mom and pop shops. They sometimes literally still manage their whole inventory with a pen and a paper. So our mission really is to be making all of these transport options bookable, frictionless. And how do we do that? First of all, obviously we have our booking engine, which we give access to all of our customers, and with the app where you can easily book the stuff. But the key thing is actually we build the layer, the infrastructure layer, to make it bookable. Why? Because again, most of these small operators don't have the technology to make it online. So we offer them our inventory management system, our pricing system, and basically they have a full stack GDS, if you want, for your small operations. And even going further, in some cases, since they are usually small and don't have so much financial capabilities, we will even allow them, give them basically investment opportunities to scale their buses or their ferries whenever we see there's demand and it makes sense. So long story short, what we really think is that we see ourselves as an enabler for travelers who want to get off the beaten path by offering all of these easily bookable content through our website and our app.
That's great. Thank you, Mario. One of the things, that's question number one. We're moving on to question number two. And the reason I underscore that is because I want this session, they're always available online afterwards. There was a session I attended last year. They were on the same stage with AI. And there's a guy named Andre Exner who works for TUI. And it was by far the most impressive session. And it was like half filled in the room. I've shared that video with about 12 different colleagues. And it was one of the best presentations of the whole conference. And my hope is with the questions we've prepared and some of the really valuable pieces of information these panelists are going to share, that'll have a similar impact. That after you made some notes, but then you find this session later and you send it to someone else and say, listen to what Gebhardt had to say or what Gitte has to say. And so I'm going to go back to Gebhardt on this one, because one of the things that we're always trying to do, especially in the multi-day tour industry, is trying to design experiences with intention. I very much look at this year as been the biggest trends is transformative travel. It's been building for years. People have been looking at adventure travel to give them that transformative experience, but I do believe this is the year that transformative travel really enters the zeitgeist. And when people think of transformative travel experiences, polar expeditions is right up there as something they need to do in their lifetime to come back feeling changed. And one of the big focuses I know for HX is science, education, these things that people gravitate to. So tell us a little bit more about how you design these trips to make sure they minimize the impact, but also maximize the experience that someone's going to have on a HX trip.
Yeah, I think the key word, you said it, Dan, is transformative travel. Transformative travel in terms of really incorporating science and education in allowing customers to participate in both. So making it real, making it touchable, bringing it to life, and using it at the same time to change the mindset of people. And that's very important because it leads you back to an increasing trend of travelers, of consumers who are looking for mindful travel. They're looking for travel with a purpose. They actually want to understand as to why you go into this destination and what happens in the destination. Specifically, when you go to more difficult destinations, such as the ones that we go to, the polar regions, Antarctica, Galapagos, where the environment, both geologically as well as from a wildlife perspective, is under pressure, where climate change is visible much more so than anywhere else. And science provides you with the connection to understand actually what is happening and why it is important to understand that, to know what is happening in the areas where we live. So there's an increasing number of mindful travelers that really want to understand as to what goes on. So we design programs where we have, every one of our ships has a science lab on board. We have permanently scientists on board. We work with over 30 different scientific institutes around the globe who conduct studies that they normally couldn't do in location, because for them to get onto a ship is extremely expensive if it's a dedicated science ship. To give you an example, the typical cost of a science ship for a scientist to be on is around 70,000 euros a day, which for most scientific institutes is unaffordable. We provide them with free passage on our ships in exchange for them to lecture and to provide information to our guests and create citizen science programs where guests can participate throughout the year in following through on science and understanding the connections and the importance of what the oceans, the ocean life, the food chain, the glacier ice, all of that does for the environment where we live in. And at the same time, having an incredible, memorable, unique experience in destinations, as you said, which are very often once-in-a-lifetime destinations. And the really interesting part there is most people have Antarctica on their so-called bucket list. Everybody wants to get to Antarctica once in their life. I need to get there because it's on my bucket list. That's typically the main reason. They don't necessarily then think too much about participating in science initially because they may not know too much about it. The transformation you see in people when you're with them on a journey is absolutely fascinating and amazing. And we're doing a study with the University of Tasmania where we actually study consumer or customer behavior as to how their mindset changes when they go through that program, go into the destination, experience what you experience in those destinations, participate in science, come back on that voyage, get off, and studying as to what mindset changes happen, how long does it last, what kind of environment have they influenced with their friends, family, and people they know, and what changes are they making to their personal life, which is a really interesting and important part because it brings you back to the responsibility that we carry in this industry, in tourism, when we have to make sure that we exercise tourism responsibly. Why? Because, and you mentioned it before, there is increasing amounts of over-tourism happening because everybody wants to see the same thing. There is, of course, a natural desire for private industries and for companies to generate profit and make money. That's what we're in business for. But you have to do it mindfully. And I think that's the key there in terms of how you design the programs for your customers.
Thanks, Gebhard. Now, there's a big shift between a pre-organized itinerary that they're able to put together compared to a traveler just rocking up with their backpack. My wife and I traveled around Thailand for 6 weeks before I moved to Australia. We did that Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, Koh Tao, and you're making your way between the different islands, and all of that's really wonderful. You got a guidebook, and I sometimes miss the magic of that era, I have to say. But the reality is, many people don't have 6 weeks; they have 6 days, and they want to get to Koh Tao. They don't, and so one of the examples that I was talking to Noam, your CEO, about was the fact that you actually can now book from Bangkok to Koh Tao direct with your platform. So my question to you is on a B2C side, how are you educating customers so that they can actually find these secondary destinations, which right now would be a much better travel experience for them?
Right. I have to speak about AI now. Sorry, Dan.
Go for it.
Yes, I mean, at the end of the day, since we are one of the largest platforms, we have a lot of data from all of our customers, and obviously also on the whole connectivity capabilities between all of these secondary destinations. We are now building this AI engine that actually allows the users who have booked their trip, let's say, to Koh Lanta, to have the best recommendations of what is the next destination they should go. And not only choosing the obvious ones, but actually going to some of the more off the beaten path destinations by simply giving them the full picture of, for so much less and perhaps in a shorter period of traveling, you can actually get to somewhere where it's going to be much more authentic, much more genuine, right? So that's something we are starting to now already implementing in our touch points. We have it already when you book your basically leg as the confirmation page as here's a recommendation for another destination you can go, because usually these travelers, backpackers, obviously want to visit various places during their trip. And we are seeing great uptake, and we are really shaping it by explaining how, instead of going to the famous place, if we think of Rio de Janeiro, everybody wants to go to Búzios. Well, if you go to Ilha Grande, which is actually a much quieter place, much more nature, it's a better experience, and you can easily book it with us in the same way as you would go to the other destination. So it's all about AI. I have to say, it's first-party data which we have built over these last 10 years, and now we are leveraging it to at least recommend the customers other destinations which are off the beaten path, and we see it works as long as you explain it properly and you display it in the right touch point.
Thank you. And keeping on the same theme of travelers arriving in a destination with some pre-plan, maybe accommodation, but they're deciding how they're going to explore Copenhagen. Beyond the Copenpay system, I know you guys have a number of initiatives to help disperse people throughout the city and some pre-arrival nudging. So tell us a little bit what's happening with your psychology of your marketing to get people spread throughout the city.
Well, we love AI, but we really love people. And we love locals. And what we see is that when you develop a destination, when you develop a certain area and you get people to work together, you get a really strong value proposition. And what we love to do is actually to engage with the hotels to make them recommend areas. We want locals to be at the hotels to eat dinners or have their coffee and tell tourists about their local areas. We have a really great initiative called Cultigen, where we work together with the municipality of Copenhagen, the universities, some museums, and we focus on how to really understand the development of destinations so we engage the local citizens, but also the local stakeholders, so everyone sees the values of the tourists. So they will be kind of like the AI or the tour guide or the, oh, you should come and see this hidden gem.
Yeah.
And we always think that, oh, the local, they don't want to share. But they do if they feel like they're getting involved. Yeah. And we see a lot of locals, they want to be like local ambassadors. They want to give guided tours. They want to take them to their city. And in our tourist information, we have this really great table where the city center is a part of it, but it's a really small part because, as we know, people will always find the Little Mermaid. She's small, but they know her. But they won't really find the local area of Carlsbergbyen or Vesterbro. But they will see it on the map and they will see, oh, there is a place where I can spend maybe 4 or 5 hours. They will go there, and when they visit a cafe, we will make sure that the cafe owner will say, oh, you should go to this bar, or you should go to this hotel. And in that way, we will get people we will nudge them to stay in the area and see more. Yeah. We are clever like that.
I like the nudging. And the one thing I want to bring Clarissa back in this conversation about is what's unique about We Road is they have this concept of what is a good We Roader. And I find that really interesting because I think we all know what Brits do on stag do's to Europe, right? Nobody wants them showing up in your town. Or football hooligans. And I was born in England, so I'm going to say that. And I've seen my brother-in-laws take those kind of trips. Nobody wants them. And it's part of the issue of like how people turn up in a destination is ultimately how you treat people is how you're going to be treated, and you want to have a great experience and you want to make sure it's sustainable. So We Road has this model of trying to actually educate people who are going to go on a We Road trip as to how they can actually be a good steward to the locals. So tell us a little bit more about that, because obviously that is very intentional.
Yeah, so I mean, we educate our travelers even before they book a trip with us, right? So the other panelists touched on a few things already, but you know, we have a tours to Albania in winter. Because why do you need to go to Albania only in the summer? So we try and invite travelers to explore places, you know, on shoulder season or when it's not as crowded, so that we can kind of, you know, distribute better the tourism there. But then from the moment they actually book, you know, they will receive a number of information from us to get ready for the trip. But one of them is, as you said, you know, how to be a good We Roader. That's how we call our travelers. And, you know, that would include, you know, things about how to be respectful in the country that you're going. You know, how can you give back to the local communities that you're visiting, so that they go prepared with already, you know, what they need to do and the expectations that we have on them. And we take this very seriously, you know, like if some of our travelers do not respect the values that we share, we might decide to, you know, blocklist them and not make them travelers with us in the future. So we take this responsibility incredibly seriously. Then naturally, of course, you know, very similar to Gebhard's model, because we designed the itineraries ourselves, we are able to influence how they're going to move around the country, you know, take a train instead of a flight. But again, not just because it's better, but because it's part of the experience, it's part of the adventure that we want our travelers to live. You know, is it better to take a flight to go north to south to Vietnam that takes an hour, or is it actually nicer to take an overnight train as a bonding experience for the group? So that's really what we try and explain to our travelers.
Thanks. And I'm going to ask this last question. So this is question number 3, and I'm going to combine the takeaway question just to make sure we cover it for time and we get everyone's opportunity to contribute. I'm going to go back to Gitte for this one. One of the things I think it's important to all of us is sustainability, even though we didn't prioritize it the way we probably should have pre-pandemic, but post-pandemic, seeing the way travel has come back, travelers are much more conscientious than ever, and there is this general awareness that in order to maintain these incredible places, not only do we have to be respectful and mindful about how we travel to them, but also the local economy relies on that authenticity and that human connection. Sevilla is a great example, like flamenco shows, like the cultural heritage of a city like that is so important to keep people coming back. And so I want to turn back to Gitta and ask your takeaway when it comes to heritage, sustainability, and how you see that being a commercial advantage. Because I think people have realized there's money to be made in sustainable options because travelers choose it, and ultimately it's best ROI for the long term. So tell us how you're looking at that in Copenhagen and what your big takeaway is from our discussion today. Both at once, please.
Well, I know that the greatest attraction is always the locals and the everyday life. So the thing, like my takeaway, is always to focus on the locals because everyone loves that. No one really loves a tourist menu, not even the tourists. So always focus on the authenticity of a place. And a city can be a really big place. Well, Copenhagen is not, but a big city can be difficult, but if you focus on the local area and you focus on what is the identity there, it's very easy for people to experience it if they go there and they talk to the locals and they will be there as well. So I would always say involve the locals, work together. You are not competing with the municipality or with the museums. You are working together and you're creating a better product. So always see it as something where you can actually do it together. Even it can be in Copenhagen or Cultigen or whatever you like to call it, but look at your destination as a project you have together.
That's great. Thank you, Gitta. Mario, I'm going to come to you now since you're opening up these secondary destinations. How do you do so in a way that respects the culture and also keeps these destinations sustainable?
Yeah, so, I mean, first of all, ground transport per se is a sustainable transport method. Let's be honest, right? But we try to influence also in a way how these local bus operators behave. And we do this through different ways. So first of all, we run regular workshops with all of the bus operators with whom we partner and discuss different types of regulations, protocols. There are around safety, there are around sustainability also. What can you do to have a smaller impact? It can be small things like just don't use plastic bags to offer to the travelers during their bus trip. Small things that sometimes make a difference, right? And on the end consumer side, what we do have now is obviously with electric vehicles becoming also a possibility in some of these operators who invest into electrical instead of petrol vehicles to offer to the users in our search result the actual filter to search only for results of electric vehicles, right? So these are small steps, but these are ways that we think we can influence or at least help to basically improve the environmental impact of our activity.
Okay, thanks, Mario. Clarissa, I'm coming back to you, and then we'll finish with Gebhard. When it comes to We Road's view on protecting heritage culture, I know you guys have small groups. That's one way to do that. You take local transport or public transport. How are you viewing that?
Yeah, so definitely the fact that our tours are small group tours, 10 to 15 travelers allow us to really control the impact that we have on the places. The other thing, when one of our travelers goes to Peru, is definitely going to want to see Machu Picchu. So we need to accommodate for that, and we need to include that on our tours. Again, we try to be smart with timings, so try and go when it's not as overcrowded. But also then to go back to what you were saying, Dan, around hidden gems and kind of off the beaten path, we would always try and include on our trips less visited places so that people can actually understand that there is more to Peru than just Machu Picchu.
That's great. Thank you, Clarissa. And Gebhard, bring us home on this point, because I'm keen. Obviously, I know this is a big part of the DNA of your brand. So how are you protecting those cultures and making sure these places remain sustainable, especially when you're operating in such fragile environments?
Yeah, and it is fragile and it's sensitive areas. So I think the important understanding here has to be that seeing, experiencing is believing. We're all oversaturated with social media and with videos and travel reports and reading and people telling stories, which is all great, but our attention span, as much as technology and life around us exponentially speeds up, our attention span actually reduces. Therefore, you actually need to bring people into areas in order to make them experience and see things in a very responsible and mindful way, explaining to them what it takes and what is needed to protect the areas that are unique, that cannot be replicated, or once they're gone, be that wildlife, be it geology, or be it the social impact you leave on in communities, or be it the carbon footprint that you leave behind.
Yeah.
All of that you need to combine into creating socially responsible and mindful travel opportunities for people to actually experience things in order to make a change in life. And Mario said it, and I think everyone here on the panel said it, every little change that we can affect by bringing people into places and destinations that change the way they think about the world and brings home the fact that the authenticity and the cultural integrity needs to be protected of all the areas around is going to help us to maintain the places that we live in, understanding as to what impact it has in the places that we go to.
Fantastic. And I just want to say one last thing, because for me it's delightful to look around and see the smiling faces and some of the nodding heads, especially as each of these amazing individuals are sharing some of these valuable insights. You know, we live in challenging times. It's wonderful to be together in person. For me, obviously, I'm usually hosting a podcast and just in a room with myself and a microphone, so it's delightful to be able to have this conversation live all together like this. Thank you again to Charlotte, to ITB, and to this amazing panel. And thanks to all of you for being here.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Clarissa. Thank you, Gitte. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Gebhard.
Yeah, good. Well done.
Really, really great insight. It's not called Wonderful Copenhagen for nothing, is it? No. I have to do a little plug for my home country. Thank you. That was wonderful, as always, Dan. Thank you so, so much. I've got another wonderful moderator ready for you. If you are able to stay, please do. If you are arriving, we are delighted to see you. Next, we will dive into AI. Yes, we are going to talk about it a little bit more. But the session is going to cover so much more than just AI. It's titled, I think quite cleverly, Who Owns the Experience Now? Agentic AI Winners and Losers. Let's see which category we all fall into. My wonderful friend and colleague, Linda Fox, who is executive editor at a very well-known Focus Wire, she will moderate for me today. Delighted to have her back here. She is one of the good ones. And she is joined by Manuel Hilty, CEO and co-founder of Nesasa. Manuel, you may come to the stage and take a seat. And then we have Kasia Javin. Is it Javin? Yeah? Oh, nearly. Senior Director of Activities at Expedia. Welcome, Kasia. And last but not least, we have Arturo Moreno, who's Chief Supply and Data Officer from Civitatis. And then we will have Linda join us to moderate this one. Linda, the stage is all yours. I know you are very ready, as always. Give them a hand, please.
Thank you, Charlotte. Lovely introduction. I hope our panel lives up to that crushing introduction. Everybody's names, companies, job titles here, so I'm not going to do big introductions. Time is always limited on these things. What I am going to do is throw a few stats at you. Focusrite Arrival Research, fresh off the press last week, sponsored by Civitatis. Thank you, Arturo. Online channels, and when I say online, I'm talking Get Your Guide, Klook, Viator, Civitatis. Scaling rapidly, rising from 17% of bookings in 2019 to projected 42% in 2029. Online travel agencies are the fastest growing channel, with gross bookings expected to increase more than fivefold from 2019 to 2029. Sector still significantly under-digitized, as you'll all appreciate, with just 33% of gross bookings taking place through online channels in 2025, compared to 64% for the global industry. And just in case anyone was in any doubt as to the value of tours and activities, 340 billion by 2029, right now 271 billion. So let's get into, that's our context. We're going to talk about AI, but I want to talk about the hype around AI, and I'm going to start with you, Manuel. We know that the travel industry is heavily testing AI, 61% testing or scaling agentic systems, 2% reach widespread organizational use, so that's quite small. Gartner has predicted that 40% of agentic AI projects will be cancelled by late 2027, and that's down to poor governance, lack of strategic delegation. I feel like tours and activities has an even bigger mountain to climb. Would you agree?
Yes, it has a big mountain to climb, but it's not hype at all. It's pure reality, and I think we all should take this really seriously. But there is a mountain to climb in tours and activities because of the missing level of digitalization, as you said, on the supply side.
Yeah. So, there's the fragmentation, so that compounds the issue. There's the lack of digitization. So, this is a great fun, but, very messy part of the industry. And I'm going to come to you, Kasia, first. Given the backdrop of tours and activities providers, they use WhatsApp, they use spreadsheets, how are we going to make it more efficient?
Oh, it's a great question. I think we all agree we have so much data and it's so messy, and I do think AI is definitely going to help us normalize it and show it in a way that's so much better for the consumer. It is going to play a part when it comes to how the consumer redeem, how do they have a better experience. I do think it's still early days when it comes to what everyone is testing and what that's going to look like. But what we know, it's going to definitely help us with acceleration. On our end, we've just, it's less than 2 weeks, we've just purchased company tickets. And it's definitely something that we're looking at, how AI can help us through the journey of accelerating activities and how we're going to make it easier for travelers, but also for the partners that we work with.
And Arturo, as you look at those two issues, the digitization side and the fragmentation of content side, how do you see AI specifically in being able to improve?
I think AI is exactly the opportunity to normalize and structure. So one of the key challenges in tours and activities as compared to maybe other layers of the travel space is how unstructured it is, how difficult it is to compare actually two very similar products. I think doing that manually was something that probably didn't make a lot of sense at scale. Now AI and large language models give us the ability to actually very easily normalize all these super fragmented small operators sometimes catalog around the world, and this is something that I think is going to happen, and as a result, increase this % of digitalization that you were mentioning in tours and activities sector as compared to other parts of travel. I think this is going to be the enabling technology to bring online all these myriad of small operators around the world.
So do we all agree on the panel that, that AI has the potential to act as this kind of connective tissues for tours and activities in terms of bringing them on into the ecosystem? And can I ask each one of you, do you have a specific example of something that you've done recently that you've seen general improvement in those areas? Manuel?
Well, I think on the non-bookable content side, and as Arturo also said, getting this collected, structured, analyzed, that's something that's way easier to do at scale today than it was a short time ago.
Yeah. Kasia?
I think it's still for us early days when it comes to activities, experiences itself, but when we do have a great success is how do we use AI to do a better recommendation for the specific itinerary. And as you know, we obviously have this massive ecosystem of flights, activities, car rental, and when we're seeing success, it is surfacing that inventory from bigger operators and smaller operators who now we are giving them a chance to also appear to the travelers. So we are going to experiment more with that as well.
So, yeah, go ahead. No, just do you have a specific example of something you've done that's really, made a big improvement with AI?
Yeah, we're very concerned with and very committed to curation of our inventory. And again, this is hard to do at scale when you're comparing tours that might be different in the name, very similar then in the delivery, in the execution. So we're scanning ourselves. Sometimes you cannot control that when you input a new tour, but we're scanning for similarity of tours, which previously was kind of hard or kind of manual. Now we have one system that looks for tours that are very similar. Maybe it helps the consumer to see them consolidated, or maybe we can do tweaks and adjustments for the operators to consolidate itinerary at this small only difference in the two tours. So we're actively using that.
You mentioned there, Kasia, about how you can help your partners appear in AI. So there's quite a big role there for a company like Expedia to show up as the brand and show up for your partners. I mean, how what are they saying to you in terms of their needs for you to help them in this whole area?
Oh, I think the main thing for our partners is making sure that the inventory is displayed at the right time. And the way that we look at it at Expedia Group is our job is to make sure that we appear to the travelers wherever they're searching. They can be searching on some of our loved brands, and we obviously have our inventory there, but also helping them find inventory if they search on a travel, let's say, through their card provider or through some of the retailer that we power through our B2B business. And we've recently launched, we have announced last year, and we're working on launching Activities API, which is a B2B solution for allowing for servicing and using our inventory in that bigger B2B ecosystem when we have over 70,000 partners globally and over 200 travel agents as well. So that is going to be a big step for us, and that's really what the partners want us to make sure that we give their inventory into a wider ecosystem.
At this point in the game, it's still early days. Manuel, do you believe that you're dead in the water if you're not playing with AI as a tours and activities provider?
Well, I would say you're dead in the water if you're not playing with AI, if you do anything with technology, especially when it comes to what you do internally. Now, on the product and service side of what you do, it might be different levels of early and late, and maybe you need some prerequisites to be there. But if you're not aggressively transforming the way you work internally, for all of us, then you're probably dead in the water very soon.
Yeah. And I want to talk a little bit about visibility, because we were talking about it there in terms of your partners. You're investing heavily in AI. Booking is, Airbnb is, obviously all of the LLM platforms are. Do you think that there's any sort of, can AI be a leveler? Can you be a small player and appear just as well as you can a large player with huge resources? Kasia?
I think definitely yes. I think it's going to be very important that partners work with the right partners in the travel ecosystem. And travel is really, really vast. So there is a space for the smaller players and the larger players. And we've talked about how AI will allow us to display things in a more curated way or just allow us to normalize the data. But I definitely think that's something that it's going to happen.
Yeah. I want to ask you the same question, Arturo, because your model is slightly different. Do you think that it's a leveler? Can a company like Civitatis and the big platforms, is it all about resources, or can a smaller player still survive?
I think you got to think of tours and activities sort of value chain as steps. And I think there are regions of this value chain that agents will, or my intuition is that agents will consume, for the most part, everything that comes to discovery and acquisition. Likely there are spaces, or either for big players, like maybe Expedia is, but others, like the ones you're thinking about, like the Googles and the OpenAIs. And then each of us will find our way in that layer. Our impression is that curated supply or trusted supply will become the currency in this new phase, where consumers interact more and more directly with agents, and then trust will become the currency in this new infrastructure.
Manuel, in your mind, what are the factors that will equal success with AI? I mean, you mentioned internal processes kind of starting there, but whether you're a big player or a large player, are there certain things that would be common to both?
I think what's very important, like generally about AI adoption, is that we all have to radically rethink how we work. And I think it's not enough to look at, okay, what repetitive processes do we have internally and how do we automate them? I think we all have to think 2 steps ahead and think about how will we perform our main functions in the future. And maybe that's going to be totally different from today, because you can do it differently, and then think backwards from there and really challenge the status quo. And those who do that, they can be way faster with small teams as well, and they can achieve a lot of things. And those who miss this opportunity, they will probably at some point realize that they've missed the boat. Yeah.
Kesha, from the perspective of a larger organization, you know, how much are you seeing of that is a mindset issue, you know, what Manuel was just referring to?
I think there is some of the mindset part, but I think there is just AI and what I've seen, and from some of the conversations, even before having the panel, it's so overwhelming. It's just, there is so much information and a lot of people just really don't know where to start, and they know they should be playing, and usually what you would do with AI, it's like you come to the conference once a year and you're going to learn all about it, and then you're going to go back and try to run the life as you do, which is really not what you can do these days when you need to really think with AI and everything that you design. I think also the part, there is, you've mentioned in this manual, is the trust part. And I think there is that still some of the early adopters and some people, they are a bit anxious of what that means and how ready they are, so they're watching.
Yeah, yeah. I will come back to trust in a minute. I just want to talk very briefly about whether you think, you know, how far you think the commercial dynamics are going to change. When we spoke on the phone, you said, you know, you're trying to figure all of that out. Nobody really knows. We're beginning to see some commercial models come through from the LLMs. What's Civitatis thinking there?
Well, I think it's, you know, quite obvious. At some point, there will happen monetization on this new discovery interface that has come up. Monetize the Google search box. Now you will monetize a chat prompt interface. I think that quite makes sense. It's just a new interface layer to discover content. So I think this is given now. Given this new discovery phase, that you're going to trust, what are the sources? I mean, these interfaces will need to provide a good service. Otherwise, you will stop using them. As you know, Google did a good job finding relevant sites. These interfaces will need to do a good job finding a relevant partner to provide you a tour and activity. Otherwise, you will change, right? So this will come. This will become the new business model in these platforms.
Do you think we can avoid any of the sort of friction in the commercial models that we've had in the past?
Which friction?
Well, between you know, high commissions versus the value of say what the inventory is. Do you think we can avoid that with AI and the models that are going to come through?
I mean, I guess that depends on the cost per chat, let's say, that we come up with, right? There's a big cost per click, or you know, there's a very lucrative business model around ads that then goes down the channel. You know, let's see what the actual cost per chat acquisition, let's say.
It doesn't sound dramatically different to what we have now, does it, Manuel?
No, in the end, it's kind of a new form of meta search, right? With the same commercial dynamics. And if it's dominated by one or two players, then those one or two players will want to make money out of it.
Are you a fundamental believer that AI will vastly improve the experience for the consumer, or is it just a, you know, a problem, a solution looking for a problem?
Well, that's a good question. I think there are many different types of consumers. I mean, AI will make everybody capable of doing many more things on the industry side, right? And in the end, this translates into a better service for consumers. Now, when it comes to the experience part of the trip, how much people will still want to have control over what they look at and what they select and what they do, and how much they will want a machine to do everything for them, might also be very much a matter of preference. So I'm actually curious to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, so we're talking about the trust gap there. Kesha, how do we build up that trust gap? I think it's a tiny percentage now, at 2%. I think it's Deloitte figures that said that people are actually willing to give full control to agents. So how do we build that trust gap?
I think there is the part of, when we think about trust, there is, and especially in tools and experiences, when it is, there could be friction, correct? And the consumer, when they search or book, they not necessarily think about the servicing element. And I personally think that's really the key in the industry, because you're not really thinking about, hey, where am I booking when I'm looking at all those components. But when you're turning up at 7 a.m. in front of Eiffel Tower and there is no one to pick you up, that's really the trust part that comes in, which is, well, where did I actually book it? Who do I call? And how do I make sure that, yes, I was able to search, but also the service element is there is always someone there for me to actually support that. And I think that's going to be important. And we do see that for consumers on our end, we do have that trust, having 30 years of industry experience.
Yeah, you do have that trust as brands, but it could be quite easy for AI to erode that trust, couldn't it, Arturo?
AI will be it's the interface. Ultimately, we're delivering a physical good, let's say, a physical experience for the most part, and you will learn trust just by having good experiences. I guess ultimately it all comes down, and I think we had the same situation when. When Google came up, like, will AI do the whole thing? Will it coordinate with, will the same AI that originally acquired the customer do the whole thing and coordinate with every operator and handle all the changes necessary, a new meeting point, whatever? Like, an AI will do, likely ours, for example. But the point is that a new infrastructure is setting up where each of us have our spot. But certainly, you were mentioning just like 2%. I think this is just a matter of timing. You will have experiences acquired via an AI interface, and once you have what we call a perfect memory on an AI native environment, you will start trusting it. It's just a matter of having these experiences. Right now, you don't have it, and you just can't believe that you will actually have a good experience. The AI, your concierge, your personal, if it's a personal, will speak to ours, we will speak to the operator and get back to you, provide you an answer. It's kind of a new infrastructure that it is building up right now.
So in which case, how quickly, I'm going to ask all of you this question, for an impression for how quickly we're going to get there. Some people say 3 months before we can book an experience through AI, through agentic. Some people say, Google yesterday on stage said, next year we might be talking about it on stage a little bit more. So what's your impression of how quickly?
Hard to tell. I won't with the speed of development. I think there's changes that need to happen at the industry level that take time. I think the acquisition part is greenfield, and hence progress there is easier. Now you have Expedia or self systems. The industry systems that need to adapt, and it's much harder to adapt, sort of like a brownfield and greenfield. But I think this is happening fast. I won't be able to.
You don't want to put a time on it?
No.
Keisha?
It will be same. I would just say +1.
Fair enough.
I think it's gonna be sooner than we think, but can't put the timeline on it.
Manuel, will you stick your neck out and give us a time frame?
Well, we can do it today, right? I can take Claude, can give it my credit card information, point it to Expedia or Civitatis and say, book an experience for me. I mean, it's possible today. So, and all that comes now is basically just simplifying the workflow and making it more scalable. But it's now.
So as an industry, are we holding ourselves back? Google on stage yesterday said about the need to have empathy for the industry because of the systems that we have, because of the amount of work that needs to go in the background. So are we holding ourselves back?
That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe it's not wanting to overpromise. Maybe it's not wanting to scare people. But maybe, of course, it's also a valid question. Yes, I could do it today, but do I want to do it? Or do I still basically want to go to the website and look at the pictures myself and then book it? Like, how much added value is it to the consumer today? I don't know. But is it possible? Yes, of course.
Kesha, you can kind of take stats and you can split them in any which way. And there's one out there that says 72% of consumers expect to be able to book agentic AI in 12 months' time. How does Expedia think about those kind of stats?
Yeah, well, we definitely want to be there when it happens. And we've done a huge amount of experimentation, and we continue to do that. are the launch partner of some of the big, large AI platforms, but also emerging platforms. So our take on that is very much, we want to be where the consumers are. We want to meet them where they are. Our brands, B2B network, AI search, agentic search, Gen AI search, social media, our job is to make sure that we're there for them whenever they're ready to book, whenever the industry is. We want to make sure that we go and we're always step ahead.
Arturo, we agree that the trust gap needs to be filled. We agree that fragmentation needs to be sorted out. We know that the brands need to sort out visibility. Anything else that needs to happen, needs to fall into place? And what of those elements is going to be most challenging?
Bringing up more of the inventory that it is still offline. The majority of the business is still offline, so bringing it online as consumers rely more and more on these interfaces, which I think even on the acquisition side, the product is still not there. It's a semi-developer-friendly product, so you end up interacting with a chat interface. It's not a full product that you can use where you can manage your bookings or you can manage. So there's a still job to do on the products. I understand, ChatGPT is a cool app or Cloud Cowork, similar, but there's a still job to do on the acquisition side, not to blame only ourselves as an industry. The go-to product still needs to exist. But then, it's about building more and more systems to then provide answers to these models in order to connect the industry fully. I think, again, on something that is greenfield, which is acquisition, is quite easy. Then we operate on an industry where there's a lot of friction, there's a lot of changes, products and structures subject to a lot of issues. We need to build those protocols to communicate these changes before a full end-to-end experience, a perfect memory is possible, fully AI. I think purchasing on AI is going to be super easy. An end-to-end experience with not the happy path, let's say, which is what we need to be ready for, is going to take a while.
Kasia, are you a believer that AI will create new players in tours and activities?
Possibly.
Because?
Well, I think there is I've mentioned before, there is the space for so many players out there. And we know, if we think about AI and tours and experiences itself, there is a lot of hype about both. We know that, first of all, the travelers are really looking at experiences as a core of travel. On the other hand, we have this new technology that is now really allow us to accelerate. We talk about fragmentation. So, as always it is with travel, that creates the space. It's growing, it has all the right economics. We now have the technology that can help us also do that. So I think we might think, not exact, I can't tell you what exactly that's going to look like, but just walking across ITB itself and seeing how many more emerging companies being here over 10 years and how many new servicing, and I think it's exciting and something to watch out for.
So Manuel, if you take that example of there's the space and there's the technology, what should a company coming up be thinking of not doing versus what it can do? What should it, totally, in terms of avoiding mistakes of the past, what could it do to emerge, grow quickly, use AI to best advantage, etc.?
Well, I think you have to think really carefully about what can you do better than others. And especially the more top of funnel you get, the more you get into the space that those generic AI search players will occupy, probably the more dangerous it gets. You really have to find your place where you can say, I can add the value that's a value to the whole chain. And the chain is long. And I think definitely on the supply, bringing supply online, this is probably the biggest mountain to climb in tours and activities. So if you can make that easier, if you can speed that up, you definitely have a path, a place in the future, and there might be other spots as well, but you should think 1 or 2 years ahead and think about how is the territory going to be divided up. And I think the good thing is that there are problems out there that we never dared to tackle that are now possible. I mean, if we zoom out into the whole trip context, not only the tours and activities, you talked about friction. I mean, full trip friction, what happens when something goes wrong, and what happens with the rest of the trip, and these things. We all talked about it for 5 years now. Nobody has solved it. Now we should be able to solve it. So we should focus on the hard problems now, because the easy problems will be commoditized very soon.
Okay, as we wrap up, your best piece of advice for anybody in the room who is, in the tours and activities and they're, a little bit scared about AI, Arturo.
Please don't be. I think it's a force of good. My advice is consistent with what we're doing at Civitatis, which is the closer you are to the product, the delivery, the service, the less, I don't know if that word exists, disintermediable you are, the more relevant you are in the space after this technology is fully implemented.
So you're talking about your sort of defensible moat there. Yeah. Kesha.
I will actually steal something I've read in Christian Watt's newsletter the other day. It was very wise, and it was all about learning something every single day. It feels it's moving really fast, and it's never going to go as slow as it's going today. It's going to be even faster tomorrow. So if you can learn something new, even if it's basic, every single day, that means with the compound and pretty much the very calm learning every single day, you should be 34 times better by the end of the year in the topic of AI. So that's my recommendation for the business, but also for your life. It will become easier if you have that commitment to everyday learning.
And the final word from you, Manuel.
Well, when it comes to AI in general, I would recommend everybody to change the way you think about interacting with a computer. Like, don't think about what does it do and how can I adapt to it. Think about how should it be, and then tell it what to do. So there is so much possible today if you change this mindset.
Excellent. Please join me in thanking my panelists, Arturo, Kesha, Manuel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, also from me, thank you, Linda. Fabulous moderating as expected. And once again, Arturo, Kasia, and Manuel, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. We've got a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back with the last session this morning. Thank you. Oh.
right. Payments are often invisible, right? Until they don't work. And then we have the friction, and we have the bad experience. And then we all heard about this vision, the connected trip that Booking.com is like pushing for many years, right? Yeah, today I'm thrilled because we have the person here at the stage at the ITB Marketing and Distribution track who will tell us more about why Booking.com believes payments is the central element for a more connected trip. So everyone here at ITB Berlin Convention and at home, thank you for tuning in. Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of FinTech at Booking.com, Daniel Marowitz.
I appreciate that you care more about payments than lunch, which is fantastic. I promise that we'll make the break from lunch for payments worth your while. Great to be here. Let me get right into it. We have a short session. So one of the points I always like to make is that, if you think about Amazon.com, everybody who works in the internet, we all have, Amazon on somewhat of a pedestal. It's the 800-pound gorilla in many, many ways. And if you think about almost anything that you buy at Amazon, if we park Kindle and Amazon Video, all the physical stuff, what are you doing when you're on Amazon? You're spending time thinking about a box that you want to have shipped to your house. And when you go onto Booking.com, or really any travel website, what are you thinking about doing? It's a little bit different. You're not thinking about a box you want to have shipped to your house. You're thinking about a box you want to ship you and your family to, right? And so the experience, the risk, the complexity is so much different in travel than it is in any other category of e-commerce. And I think what's fair, if you look at the travel world through a payments lens, it's actually a super strange category of e-commerce. It's not like anything else. Why? What are the things that make it so weird? Well, the first is, as we talked about, it's this kind of experiential thing. Your experience in a hotel room and my experience in a hotel room could be completely different for reasons that are totally beyond our control. The weather, the neighbors next door, the construction across the street. You saw the photograph, you thought it looked great. I saw the photograph, I thought it looked great. We get there and actually the style doesn't work for you and you hate your experience. That doesn't happen in physical goods e-commerce. If you know that you wear a sort of, Air Jordan size 10 and they show up, you're going to be happy. It's not the case in travel. The other part, of course, is that travel is inherently a cross-border, and if we think about it from a nerdy payments perspective, cross-currency structure. It's really the only time that ordinary civilian humans ever deal with foreign currency is when they travel. And if you think about, Amazon or many other physical goods e-commerce players, they often run, they're very big global businesses, but each of their marketplaces are very local. So, Amazon Japan is a Japanese business. It's in Japanese language, in Japanese yen, with Japanese sellers or Chinese sellers working really hard to pretend that they're Japanese sellers, selling to Japanese people. Booking.com has a completely different story. Our marketplace is made globally with buyers globally. And so with that comes cross-currency and language, but also we have a category which from a payments perspective is very distinctive from other areas, right? It's a much higher value. It's not a $10 cable for your iPhone. We're room nights that are a couple $100. People stay for 3-4 days. It can get up into the thousands. That's a relatively rare experience for most categories. And it's cross-currency. And you're dealing with, taxation and government structures and regulation and fees and all sorts of things which just don't affect other categories. So the friction in travel is enormous generally, and the friction in travel payments is radically different than any other category of e-commerce. And if you think about our mission at Booking.com, which is to try to help people experience the world, what you realize is that lots of the things that still remain unsolved or only partially solved, it works pretty well. At Booking.com, you can lie in your bed on a Sunday morning and talk to your partner. In about 90 seconds, you've got a beautiful hotel room booked in your budget, in 3 weeks' time in Milan. Fantastic. But one of the places of stress and friction that remains is around payments. And so what we do in FinTech is we're focused very much on both the partner side and the booker side or the traveler side to remove friction, to remove uncertainty, to remove complexity, and to remove anxiety and risk. which is kind of fundamental to this category. So, our goal always, of course, is to make our experience comfortable, to make it friendly, and to make it relevant. And so just a couple of stories about payments that I think are interesting that sometimes get ignored. So if you look at the last, let's call it 20 years of the e-commerce explosion across the world, when it began, we already had the card schemes, Visa, Master, and others, which were already global, right? So already in the 1980s, you could have a British-issued Visa card and go to the United States, and even though your account's in pounds, you could spend pretty freely. It worked well. And so the kind of presumption was that as e-commerce began to build, these structures, which were already global, already worked pretty well everywhere on the planet, or many places on the planet, that they would just kind of dominate. And it's actually a much more complicated and interesting story than that. So what's happened? Certainly, there's no question that Visa and Master and Amex and JCB and China Union are really important and have continued to grow, and the companies have done fantastically well, and volumes have continued to increase. That's certainly true. But if you double-click, there's a second story which is super interesting and adds a lot of complexity to managing payments for travel in powerful ways. And that story is the rise and rise and rise and rise of alternative payment methods. At Booking.com, we are tracking now roughly 1,000 ways to pay across the world that have some meaning. We currently have 109 ways to pay across the whole of the Booking Holdings brands. Not all payment methods are available across all of our brands, but that's where we are today, 109 ways to pay. And we're probably about halfway there in terms of the number of payment methods that we need to offer. Why? Well, what's happened is, although the big card schemes have grown and grown and grown and are radically important, and you have to be able to do those things well, what's also true is that payments are very local and very specific and very tied to culture. So if you go, for example, to Indonesia, as we know, Indonesia is this massive, complicated country with 12,000 islands. There are payment methods which are basically island-specific. There are payment methods that exist only on one island in Indonesia. When you go somewhere else, they're just not available. Now, at some level, that's not strange. Booking.com coming out of the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, e-commerce online, e-commerce happens with Ideal, which is a local bank-based method. If you go to Belgium, it kind of doesn't exist. If you go to France, it doesn't exist at all. And so it's not weird at some level to imagine that that diversity exists in Indonesia. So what's the problem for an online travel provider is that to have an experience which is really relevant, really meaningful, really convenient for a global audience, you have to be local. You have to be local. You have to integrate and manage all of these different ways to pay. The other important point to mention here, and it's on the slide, is financial inclusion. There are lots of parts of the world where the traditionally banked population is relatively low. And because the alternative payment methods have grown so quickly and become so ubiquitous, there are people who don't have a traditional bank account but are able to transact in an e-commerce setting very comfortably, even at relatively high values, using alternative payment methods, which may be loaded with cash or all sorts of structures. And so if you want to have a service which is globally available and locally relevant, you have to do all this work with local payment methods. And it's something that we have been working on to improve and to continue to expand our capabilities for years. To state the obvious, we run a marketplace, right? And so, we sit in the middle. Our job as a company is to decrease risk, decrease friction, increase flexibility for travelers and for partners alike. And so from a payments perspective, there's lots of work to do on both sides. So we have, for example, been expanding our capabilities in foreign exchange for a number of years now. That's a point of friction and a point of cost for travelers and for the supply side and for partners that's really meaningful. As I said at the outset, this is one of the few businesses or few areas or domains in which the average consumer is forced to contend with cross-border transactions in different currencies. For people in Europe or people in Asia, essentially, they're used to it. People coming from North America, my home country of the United States, they're often shocked that, they can't use US dollars in Berlin. And so we need to help out the fellow Americans to feel comfortable when they're crossing borders because they can, travel 5,000 kilometers with the same country and the same currency. But it's also equally important on the partner side. And so we just recently began expansion of foreign exchange services on the partner side as well, where there are partners that want to get paid in a currency which is not their domestic currency. And we're living, of course, in an incredibly volatile world, which means that with conflict and complexity across the world also comes a lot of FX volatility. And so we want to be able to have services that help the partner side also deal with those fluctuations, one of which, of course, is manifest in FX changes, and that's something that we can do. We've grown a lot. Those who have known Booking.com for a long time will know that 7 or 8 years ago, we were really focused on what we refer to as the agency model. Essentially, at that stage, if I think about it from a nerdy fintech perspective, you could argue that Booking.com really wasn't in the e-commerce business. We were a giant marketing machine that marketed and distributed inventory, but we weren't involved in the transaction. So as you can see from the numbers on the slide, that's changed a lot. 130 billion US dollars worth of transactions in 2025 across the whole of the Booking Holdings group, with 63% year-over-year growth. As you can imagine, that scale has demanded an enormous amount of work from an operational perspective, compliance perspective, and frankly, just a lot of work to manage relationships. So when we started out, we just had a handful of relationships in the fintech world. We now, within fintech at Booking, are managing relationships more than 130 providers across the world and growing at a pretty good clip every quarter. So it is now, in many ways, a very fundamental part of our strategy. In the past, the promise of Booking.com to a partner essentially was, give us your inventory and we will market and distribute it for you. Now the promise, I would say, as you can see, the majority of what we do is in the merchant space. The promise of Booking.com is, give us your inventory, we'll help you market it, we'll help you distribute it to travelers you wouldn't be able to access yourself, and we'll manage the payments. And when we manage the payments for partners, we also completely shield them from fraud and chargebacks. And that's been a core part of our proposition since day one and will continue to be. We think it's a fundamentally critical part of the value proposition that we can bring to the supply side. So we have about 4 minutes, so we'll be able to go very deeply into all these topics. But needless to say, I think the takeaway here just is payments, like all areas of technology, and payments essentially is about information and data. A payment is really just a movement of information of a special type. There is an incredible amount of innovation and change coming. We've gone from the sort of crypto futurism and crypto bros to perhaps a more staid and practical world of stablecoin. Lots of things happening there about potentially using these techniques as ways to decrease volatility and increase the speed of payments. It's something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about and talking to the partners. We haven't launched anything there yet. Instant payments is also something which is, it's been a trend for probably a decade, becoming more real across the world, country by country, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. At the end of the day, as I said, payments are information. There's no reason why that information can't flow like everything else on the internet. It's just bits and bytes. It can happen instantaneously. And so that's something that we focus on to be able to de-risk transactions and provide liquidity to partners and bookers as well. And I would just say, embedded finance as a concept, this is really at the heart of what we do within the fintech division at Booking.com. That's how we think about ourselves, is as an embedded finance player. Our job is to inject financial products into the experience of travelers and into the experience of our supply side partners that helps them to reduce risk, reduce anxiety, and increase flexibility. So with that, I'll stop. I know we only have a couple minutes, but I thought it'd be good to take some questions if people have it. Thank you. Thanks so much.
It's so exciting.
Yeah,
Right. Do you want to take questions?
Yeah, happy to.
Absolutely. Dan, we have to improvise. So, is there questions in the room for Daniel about the payments?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get a mic to you. Sorry about that.
We're talking about building trust, and our customer base is older, like 60 plus, and they struggle with prepayments and so on. So I was just wondering if you have some preferred way of paying for those older customers who would just like want to build trust with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, we have done quite a bit. I'm not sure that the demographic of older customers are necessarily such big consumers of these products, but we do have a number of buy now, pay later structures that are integrated. And I think, when we see pretty good usage of that, it depends a little bit by the country. I think just culturally where buy now, pay later is, but in a number of markets in Scandinavia and Germany, UK, those are really well used structures. One of the things that we've thought a lot about over time is not buy now, pay later, but save now, pay later. There are long traditions in Germany, in the UK, in the United States of this sort of idea of a Christmas club where you're able to kind of set aside a little bit of money. It's not something that we've done, but we think is really interesting. And I think because that's a culture that existed in the physical world for many, many decades, it could be interesting for older travelers. It's a kind of product that would feel, a digital form of a familiar traditional product.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I have a question for you too, Daniel. It's not related to payments.
Yeah, sure.
It's related to the theme of the convention, leading travel into balance. What does balance mean to you, especially in travel?
Yeah, you want the payments view or just the general
I don't know,
view?
it's your choice.
Yeah.
Your stage, your choice.
Okay, so maybe I'll take the non-payments view. I think that digital platforms, because of the nature of what they do and the information that we have the ability to understand flows of travel at a level that in the physical world is very difficult, right? So, an individual physical hotel in one city, or a municipality in a province or in a country, it's hard for them to get a grip on the tourists that are coming, where they're coming from. There's sort of no boundary, right? So they can survey people in the street. We actually can generate data. And so I do think that one of the issues of balance, of course, is the notion of over-tourism and overloved spots and the kind of Instagram beauty spots that become not particularly beautiful when they're visited by 50 million people. And so I think that's something that is interesting for us all to work on over time to help balance out volume and traffic. If somebody's coming to take maybe a Booking.com sort of example, right? If somebody's coming from Asia and they want to see the canals of the Netherlands, well, there are canals in Amsterdam, but there are also canals in Haarlem, right?
And in Delft too, beautiful.
Right? Of course, many places, right? And maybe they don't realize that that exists, and you can see 17th century canal houses somewhere else. I think that's something over time that will be interesting to see how we can better work with municipalities and tourists alike to kind of get the experience they need and reduce the pressure on spots which are overloved.
Right, that was spot on. Thank you so much. Everyone in the room and at home,
right.
From Booking.com, Daniel Marowitz. Thank you so much. And I say back to Katie.
Itb Berlin.
Thank you, Leah, and of course for this deep dive into smart payments. And as you can see, there's a lot of movement now. It's okay, because we are diving into the lunch break. So we had a lot of food for thought, so now the right food is coming up. Stand up, get a quick walk. It's good for blood circulation after a tough morning. And then I'll see you back again at 2:20 p.m. with the topic on how to unlock Wanderlust with AI storytelling and the new travel marketing playbook. So I'll see you soon again. Enjoy your lunch break. Thank you.
Itb Berlin.
that come with global tourism, and of course civil society organizations and academia play an important role in sharpening the view of travelers for the impact of their travel behaviors on global tourism as well. So what are the essentials to make tourism sustainable? In our view, we need cooperative efforts to strengthen sustainable supply chains, strengthen climate action, as well as strong commitment to the respect for human rights, social standards throughout the tourism value chain. And when I talk about the tourism value chain, we often also end up, for example, in agricultural value chains, everything that is connected in the end to the classical, more obvious parts of tourism. On the consumer side, we see that climate-friendly travel, I would say in general, ecologically friendly travel, due diligence along tourism supply chains, and decent employment for tourism sector workers are also increasingly in demand by travelers. I learned here at the ITB, I would say the hype for being sustainable and socially responsible has been a bit higher years before. We see in our societies that there's a general trend that other burning issues tend to overshadow the need to be sustainable. But I think it's our role here, and maybe also we can use these 3 hours to make the case that in the medium and long term, sustainability is really essential, and you still feel it when you visit this, the ITB, that it's a big topic. So close cooperation to create what I would call green and socially insured jobs is therefore and should be in everyone's interest if we want to have sustainable tourism. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to a close. The fact that we are here together on this stage reflects the reality of global tourism and the partnerships we need in order to move forward. I'm very much looking forward to our discussions and cordially invite you to also continue the conversation in the following sessions that will give us closer insights into current partnerships and initiatives and how we can generate impact together. I close with my favorite quote from Mark Twain on traveling. One must travel to learn. Today we are sitting here for a few hours, and I understand, to learn, but I know that the lasting impact of learning comes with travel as well, and there's also a role of tourism we should not underestimate. Thank you.
Michael Krake. Michael, thanks very much. Okay. If I may ask you to just take seat number 1 all the way to the end, that would be fantastic. You find your way by yourself. We are going to be joined by the remaining panelists to the stage. So joining us from the Kingdom of Morocco, he is the president of the National Confederation of Tourism, CNT. Please welcome Hamid Bentaha, please, to the stage. If you can take a spot right by Michael, that'd be great. Yeah, you can take a spot right by. Yeah, or actually, I think it's correct. You can stay there, it's perfect, yeah. I want to make sure we're okay with the camera people. Yeah. Back at ITB this year, I'm really excited. It's my pleasure to welcome back the CEO of the hotel division at Der Tour Group, Ingo Burmester. Ingo, please come to the stage. That's great, thank you so much. And finally, let's welcome the head of program and external communication at TUI Care Foundation, TUI Group, Mr. Manuel Ferreira. Please come to the stage, please, Manuel. Okay, so let's just work this out together. You're on the stage because you all actively shape what's happening at the destination, whether it's through policies or whether it's with your hotel group, your organization. You're making that contribution to sustainable development. But we want to find out a bit more about this. And I'll start with you, Manuel, if that's okay. You are representing a big tourism group, the TUI Group. Most of us in the room will know it. How do you interpret your responsibility as a group to shape tourism development, and perhaps taking in consideration what's happening now, so sort of this global polycrisis, we could say. So what is your responsibility as a group like this to shape what's happening in developing economies?
So in my case, it's a pretty easy answer because I work for the charity branch of TUI, right? So, and it is our mandate to do exactly that. We believe that tourism is a powerful motor for development, especially in emerging economies. I always like to give the example of Cabo Verde. It was a country that was a part of the UN's list of least developed countries, and they managed to graduate in 2007. And if anyone here has been on the island of Sal, you can really see a microcosm of the impact of tourism. So you see how the development of the hotel industry provided sustainable employment conditions, how infrastructure had to meet the demand of tourism and the incoming international arrivals. And all of this also creates a demand from tourism, right? So we need to, this also means that there are new skills that need to be developed with the local population. There's environmental challenges that we need to address. And there's also plenty of opportunities for entrepreneurs. And in the case of Cabo Verde, there's people that come from other islands, from Santander, from São Vicente, and they come there to bring employment. So this is really showing that tourism is a major motor of development. And our role as TUI Care Foundation is really to, first of all, empower local communities. So we provide the skills through our vocational training programs, such as the TUI Academy. We provide support to entrepreneurs to explore opportunities and have the technical tools that they need to address social and environmental problems. And we also engage in nature conservation. For example, through our Field to Fork program, where we, sell an arid place where you cannot grow a lot of food. However, you have so many hotels, so many tourists coming, and the food production needs to meet demand. So how can, for example, hydroponic technology fill this gap? So yeah, we're there to empower, to give the skills, to give the funding, of course, and of course unlocking also connections and linkages with the tourism industry. So how can these food producers supply to TUI hotels and third partner hotels? So I think generally this is
visit this in a minute. I'll turn to Ingo first, and I'd like to go throughout the entire panel. So Ingo, if you're looking at the power dynamics currently or the global crisis that's happening, from the customer's standpoint, does that change their expectations of what's happening at the destination? So I know there's a lot to unpack here, so maybe we can think, does the changing customer expectation changes your approach to development and tourism in those countries? Do you see shifts in consumer expectations of what you're supposed to do as a group?
We should know that crisis is a new normal. I think we need to accept it. We just saw it in Israel and Iran, so we do have a new normal that we need to face. And therefore, I think, what is the guest expecting from us? Offering organized travel. And in my view, what we are currently offering, the organized travel, is something special. It's a real USP to the customer, and that's exactly what he is expecting from us. Safety, reliability, and taking care about the customer if a crisis happens. And this means a lot for the development. We built up a very, very strong and engaged crisis management team. We are, I guess, quite experienced in doing that, also currently organizing some flights to get the customer safely back. So there's a lot to do, and the customer relies on us to make this happen. Regarding the development of a destination, we need to face that we do need to have local support. We do need to have context to the people, and we do need to build up a strong relation to the destination, to the concrete location. Therefore, we are using quite often own DMCs, which are helping us to build these strong relationships. We need to rely on the people at the ground to take care of our customers. So the major point for me is, and also this is a matter for sustainable development of a destination, to have this local contact, to be able to treat the customer safely, especially if crisis will happen.
Your two groups, so Dare2 and TUI, you're obviously operating globally. what makes us special, maybe, and that's a little bit of a pitch to the development money, but what makes tourism so special that it requires or deserves the attention from development cooperation? You've touched on this a little bit, but could you expand a little bit on why should development cooperation actually takes tourism seriously in terms of sustainable development at destinations?
I think from the mere fact that tourism is such a big employer. And in a lot of the Touquet Foundation, we operate in over 30 countries with over 80 projects. And in some of these countries, tourism is employing 1 out of 4 people, so 25%. It represents, in some countries, over 10% of their GDP. I mean, this is really huge. And some of these countries don't even have ministries of tourism or dedicated policymakers that are really focusing on this topic. So I think it's a good question, because we first need to show the relevance of tourism, that it is its own industry. Well, depending on how far you would go with the definition of what is a part of the tourism value chain or not. And recognizing this makes it such an important tool for development, because it provides opportunities for first-level entry jobs into the market. It develops soft skills in people. It brings so many opportunities to places where there really is no industrial output or alternative. So I think that's why tourism is so important for talks and discussions about development.
All right, Ingo, same argument you would say? The human factor mostly?
I do think, if I'm taking a very short story out of my experience, and unfortunately I'm a little bit older, but that's given me a positive point. I have a little bit more experience in the destination that we opened in the early days. I give you one example out of the Maldives. If we are opening a new property there, it's a new island, which is a virgin island, complete virgin island. You can't imagine what we did in the past and how we saw, if we have not influenced the development, what would happen otherwise. And we brought the environmental protection to the people. We educated them. We told them how to handle trees, how to prepare the Virgin Islands to be a hotel later. And it helped the people a lot to multiply this experience for other projects. We did a lot of vocational training for the people. We created new jobs. These new jobs have been specifically dedicated to younger people which has not any experience with any job. We brought to them buildings, houses. They created other villages to be able to live somewhere if they needed to be transferred to our hotel. There's a so big story behind, and the main point is always we got connected to the people. There have been younger people. We built a kindergarten for all the people. We built schools very close by to have a regular education, a sustainable education for the people to help us with the property, with the hotel operation. So there have been so many things that we established newly which helped us to get connected to the destination, which helped the people to educate themselves and to develop other and further projects. So it's more or less a story of sustainable development that we achieved together. And to be really honest, personally, I got from these early days a very close impression about how the people are living, are working, how they're thinking. And this cultural exchange was a really massive experience for me, and I will forever, I will not forget it. And I know how they're thinking and what it means for them to create a new hotel at a new destination.
In fact, this was my follow-on question, is what did you actually learn as a group from the local people? Right? What was the learning for you?
There's a lot that we learned from them. There's a lot of how to build up the infrastructure ideally, because they will not accept all. So I could give you one example. If you want to build up a new hotel in the Maldives, you will not have enough people for staff just from the Maldives. So they came in from 26 different destinations where they have been transferred. And now how to be organized, there are so many different destinations in one staff housing. It's not easy because different cultures come together. Different people needs to be merged somehow, and they learned from each other a lot. And we learned from them how they wanted to be treated. So we took from them a complete guideline. How can we act with different destinations, from people from different destinations? How should we bring them together? In which kind of teams are they working together? So we learned a lot, but I think we gave them a little bit of structure to help them develop themselves. And this is some kind of a sustainability that I really like.
Yep. Yeah, Manuel?
I'll add something here,
Yeah.
and I want everyone here to think about, being a tourist in your own country, in your own home city, right? The church or the market square that you grew up next to, it's not very interesting for you because you're used to it, right? And the same is true for people in emerging countries. They don't see the value of the natural beauty around them. It was funny because 2 years ago I was visiting Mauritius, where we have a forestation project, and the community is living in these beautiful mangrove forests that would be amazing for tourism, for sustainable tourism education for travelers. They didn't really appreciate it because, mangroves means mosquitoes. It means that there's no infrastructure, modern infrastructure. So they're not really good fans of these areas. But what we showed through our projects, through creating agroforestry, sustainable tourism experiences, capacity building for local businesses, is that, there's actually value for nature conservation, for marine protection, for developing this in a way that is sustainable and that brings them income opportunities.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for this, Manuel. Michael, I'd like to turn to you. You've just listened to the private sector just now and the way that they see public engagement and the participation of their business within this. Does that align a little bit to what the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development actually do? And does that align to your understanding? You've touched on this actually in your keynote, but maybe you want to expand a little bit on how you see this alignment of the private sector with what you're trying to do in terms of sustainable development in those destinations.
Yeah, it's interesting. Many of the points that Ingo and Manuel touched upon, they also apply to the development cooperation done right. When you stress the relevance of listening to local actors, trying to understand the local context before you create a business or an opportunity for customers and consumers, the same applies to good development cooperation. It starts on the ground with better understanding of what partners really want, what are the priorities, what kind of solutions they see, and what is articulated there. And you start ideally a program from there. And the first step is always having the right partners with whom you can partner. So as the German Development Ministry, we have some roughly 60 partner countries where we have a deeper development cooperation. And we see that in some of these countries, tourism is huge. I mean, you will talk about Morocco, but if I just mention countries like Albania, Georgia, Cambodia, over 20% of GDP in these countries depends on tourism, hopefully done in a way that it benefits and includes the poor. Tourism is also an opportunity to tap into rural areas and regions hard to reach with development, if done right. So, so you touched upon localization of this. You also stressed the interconnectedness of topics, and that you need to connect the dots if you do programs, and that resonates also a lot with what we do in development cooperation. And then listening, also reminded, a lot of this appeals to me as a, let's say, as a consumer, as a customer, but also as a policymaker of the German government. That is quite interesting that we come to similar principles here. I think for us in the public sector, it's important to recognize what are we good at. Often it is supporting countries in developing the right policies that integrate tourism in a way so that it benefits the whole of economy approach of such a country, so that it promotes growth in a sensible way. I think there we have some value where we can also connect with experiences from other parts of the world. We're strong at that, but in the end, you always need, if you want to create jobs and generate income, you need a business case. And the business case doesn't necessarily come from the public sector. It's also not the most credible actor to make the business case. The business case comes from folks like you. And if we can connect the business case with the development case, then I think this partnership really generates impact. So this is what I see. And maybe to make it more concrete, I mean, we talked about the tourism as a job engine. I would add infrastructure. Tourism triggers infrastructure, but infrastructure done the right way goes far beyond the tourists coming and connects countries and often also regions, not only countries. Tourism can certainly also catalyze green and digital transitions. What you pilot in tourism in that sense is often then extended to broader contexts of countries. There we see the tourism often as and even a hotel can be a lab for a country in some cases here. So.
Correct, and you've mentioned 60 countries that you partner with, and actually we'll hear this afternoon, a little bit later after the break, we'll hear from some of those countries actually that are going to be on stage. So we'll look at the evidence, in fact, a bit later.
Time to bring Morocco in.
I definitely want. Hamid, you've been very, very patient with all of this. Time to bring you in. Tell us a little bit, so from the Kingdom of Morocco, tell us a little bit about the transformation of tourism in Morocco. Tell us a little bit, with the backdrop of geopolitical issues, etc. Tell us a little bit about the way you transform tourism. Tell us a little bit about perhaps how you define growth within your transformation. Tell us a little bit about what you've just heard here. Does that matter to you, this cooperation, this with the, for example, the BMZ and so on, does that for you, for the tourism sector, does that speaks good words? Is that positive?
Thank you very much. So first of all, thanks for inviting me. So it was a pleasure to be with such a prestigious panel and distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for the invitation. And allow me to answer your question in two different steps. First of all, to tell you that on behalf of National Tourism Confederation, I represent the private sector. So all the different federation, hotels, travel agencies, transportations. Thanks to the vision of His Majesty the King, Morocco become today the leading destination in Africa. We are the #1 destination of Africa. We've achieved the 20 million tourists this year. But behind those figures, what is important is the impact. That's what we've been talking about. We're talking about 800,000 people working directly on tourism, 3.5 million people working indirectly with tourism. So this is well managed. This industry can be a real driver and force for positive change, definitely. Behind this, those figures, opportunities in regions where the other industries could not reach, in the Atlas Mountains, in the Sahara, not only in the big cities, because other industries may have an impact on the economic capitals, but still tourism would go where no other industry can go, in small villages, in areas where even the infrastructure is still not there. So thanks, tourism have been in Morocco the first industry to have this public and private partnership, the strategy. Since the beginning, we started with the vision to do tourism, but to do it with people in mind, people first, and to do it with sustainability in mind since the beginning. I remember when we started the first roadmap, that was around 2002. At that time, all the experts would tell us, focus on Agadir, we could do 20 million tourists in one destination. But the choice of Morocco wasn't to do that, was to diversify. Then we start, Germans used to love Agadir, now they love Marrakesh too. And my presence here, and to make them love other regions, because Morocco is huge, and we're trying to develop different destinations. And that's where we can together work even more. And we can do more. For sure, we are creating jobs when bringing prosperities in main destinations. But around Marrakesh, one of the challenges we have today, and this is why also I'm here, because I'm very grateful we have a collaboration with the GIZ, where we are bringing tour operators to say, Marrakesh doesn't need us anymore. It's a successful destination. It works. It's very attractive. It becomes prosperity within the city, but still the region is one of the poorest of the country. So collectively, we will have to work together to show how we're going to bring the impact to rural destinations and to maximize this impact. And this is where collaboration, cooperation, this is one of the issues where we could work together to make sure that we maximize. The impact is there, definitely. I'm very optimistic about this industry. My personal story, I'm coming from a very humble family. I said ordinary family in Morocco, but I had the chance, thanks to tourism, to live an extraordinary life. I've been a CEO of multinational companies. I've worked in more than 30 different countries. I've managed 200 hotels directly or indirectly. So I had an amazing life thanks to this industry. So I'm definitely positive, but at the same time, I said that we need this kind of forums also to spend some time to say how we can go further. I'm convinced that we need to change few things altogether to make sure that to make your life easier, when you said you need the locals, to make your life easier, to maximize the impact, to show you new products. That's what we did with GIZ. We've worked on new itineraries. We said that you know Marrakesh, the city. Let us show you the Atlas Mountain, what's happened there. There's a lot of villages. They have amazing heritage, amazing stories to share. And we've developed experiences in the Atlas Mountain, in the desert villages, in the coast, in cities like Safi, where you have amazing heritage to be shared with the world. And there we need to work more together. We will do the work from destination to give you all those experiences. And we count on you, like we did with GIZ, to showcase those products that will energize the offers, because we will not do it because we have to. We do it because we want to. We'll do it because it brings value for the guest experience. It brings value and impact for the companies in terms of profit. When you energize your product and you continue because it's easy, you're an industry, you continue to sell the best sellers, that to think how to bring new products and to change sometimes the itineraries, to discover other directions, other destinations, and to maximize the impact. So those, because I'm representing the local that we've been talking about. Yeah. So I'm here to say I engage myself to make your life easier.
That's
Help
right.
me to maximize the impact, not only in the main cities, but to go to the rural destination, to go or more to the Atlas, to the desert, and to show the diversity and maximize together the impact.
When listening to this, Michael, and listening to how it works in Morocco and so on, what sort of, can you give us perhaps, what are the levers that you can work with that actually work? Is it a matter of funding? Is it a matter of policies? What are the tools that you can use when you actually work with governments like this or tourism actors? Can you give us a little bit of a rundown of what actually brings the greatest value to those countries you work with?
Yeah, I mean, one way is obviously public-private partnerships, where we pool resources of the private sector with the public sector, the private sector having a business case in its mind, and we see also a development case there. And that is very often about exploring new regions. So maybe after Agadir and Marrakesh, it will be Fez, and people should discover the Atlas as well. And so there's obviously potential to do things together this way. But what I would also like to highlight is our role is also often to organize dialogue of the tourism sector. As public entity and as a government, we can be a good convener of sometimes companies who are also competitors in a certain way, but we do these things in a pre-competitive field. We can also help to have a meaningful dialogue with civil society, also those who criticize. We just had it with the orca whales, and the question is, what can be done? The responsibility can probably not be put on one actor in situations like that, but thinking through these kind of problems, what needs to be done, especially to preserve nature, because tourism so often depends on nature and on culture. That is a role where I think governments can be strong in bringing people to the table and trying to think these problems through. So we have the sector dialogue on tourism for sustainable development, something that was kickstarted here at ITB 10 years
10
ago.
years ago.
It still exists.
We'll hear about it later.
The group is alive and kicking, so I don't say too much, but you know, that's the role of BMZ to make sure these things happen when we are approached by partners from the private sector and when we see there's appetite of academia and civil society in this as well. And you know, spin-offs out of these in some partly formal but also informal dialogues generate new activities and impact on the ground. I think one example that I would like to mention as well is what we call the import promotion desk, where we connect importers from developing countries with Germany. And we do that obviously for goods, but we also do that for services. And in tourism, you find here one booth of the import promotion desk where there are the Dare Tours and the TUIs and others who meet with service providers from a selected group of countries and see if there's a match. So this matchmaking function that can come from instruments that are financed by the public sector or BMZ, I think is also a relevant one. I mean, I just passed by, but there is real dialogue, and you can also feel those who pitch for their destination and the offer that they have, that there's some, there's excitement around here. So, and that I think is also a prominent or relevant role we can play.
Very good. So looking at the private sector, Ingo, how do you assess those instruments that are being given to you in terms of, well, from the German Development Corporation and so on? Are there any barriers? Are there any difficulties sometimes? Some of those projects may be 3-5 years with a time frame with some reporting that might be a bit heavy for private sector that's got a commercial sense to it. Are there instruments that work better for you? And if so, what would those be?
I think we are using our cooperation really frequently, and it's necessary, I guess, because you can gather the local power, and we have the possibility of already using a complete network that has been established. And I think regarding this cooperation, it helps us a lot to have some kind of a sustainable background that we can use for the development of the destination. But in the long run, we need to transform it into real projects. And maybe Morocco is a very good example that it worked. And I was also in early days in Agadir, and developed the region of Agadir. And then we used the same relation that we built up on the network that we founded in the early days for the development of other regions like Tagazout, which was open maybe 10 years or 15 years ago, or Rabat, or even Marrakesh. We are always using the same structural network that has been established once. And in my view, the industry needs that kind of early support, and maybe also the cooperation and experience that we're using, the local experience that is already there. It's necessary for the development in the early days. It gives us some kind of a certainty and the first contact to a network that we definitely need.
Manuel, do you see the same thing in terms of your experience with the German Development Corporation? And do you see, maybe you can say a few more words about the TUI Care Foundation, sort of, is there a system, sort of, I don't know, BMZ as the funder, and you are the bridge, and then you have GIZ as the one on the ground? Is that the way that we can see this? How does that work?
Depends on the destination.
Okay.
So in many projects, we're pulling resources together, and this includes obviously the financing component. So for example, in Mozambique, the GIZ and the TUI Foundation are supporting a large-scale reforestation project, an agroforestry sustainable tourism experience development with the Peace Parks Foundation. But it can also be more technical. I mean, as Mika was saying, I mean, we're pulling resources, and this is about shared not only funding but also expertise, right? I mean, we can connect businesses with mentors from TUI Group that can help them develop different things, or the GIZ also conducts with Atingi the Tourism Academy. They have a lot of amazing content online for young people who want to start a career in tourism and discover about tourism and hospitality. and how can we maximize that effort. So this is why we collaborate together, for example, and we created the TUI E-Academy. So based on content that the GIZ already has, we contribute with expertise about animal welfare, turtle protection from TUI side. And then we as a foundation, that were the intermediary between TUI Group and with BMZ and the GIZ, we really go on the ground. We talk with NGOs. We just signed an MOU with the Vocational Training Authority in Zanzibar and the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, so that they are also promoting a Swahili version of our TUI E-Academy and bringing this to as many people on the ground as possible and bringing these opportunities. So I think, yeah, basically what Mika said, it's about pooling resources, and it really depends on the destination. It's about making the combination of what we're best at, and that's what maximizes impact.
Very good. Ahmed, I know you're, just to catch your attention quickly, do you, let's throw those phones out, I'm just kidding. Ahmed, are there anything that you'd like to say about that public-private partnership? Anything that you say would help you to scale things? Are there specific tools that you're looking for? We've just heard from Aitingi and some of those tools about education, for example, right? This is pretty amazing. There's hundreds of courses for young people to be able to to gain the skills, etc. So are there specific tools that you're using or that you would wish would be available if they're not there?
Yes. With one of the last experience, we've been, as I said, we've been working to try to maximize the impact with people first, community first, at the heart of our strategy since the beginning. But we see that we still can do more, and we still can make, let's say, increase the impact and take more advantage from those collaboration and cooperation that we can do together. For example, we've been trying to promote those unknown destination that doesn't have their fair share of the prosperity we're bringing to destination. We've been working on trying to digitalize the destination, but it didn't work. Then we start some very small projects where we work to help the actors to better distribute, to be present in the distribution of their products, to better turn their, let's say, intangible heritage into experiences, and to help them make the distribution of it. And the impact was much bigger because it changed people's lives very fast. Good experience, good narrative, good storytelling. You help them in terms of distribution and bring in the tech people to help, for example, let's say those rural destinations. The impact have been really amazing. So on those kind of experiences that we've been testing for a long time now, we know that it works. We have but we are still struggling to make the distribution at a bigger scale. We are still struggling, maybe together. But we did, I think last year, 350 different families that we impacted around the city. This is an experience, but we believe that we can add at least 2 zeros to those figures.
Got it. Michael, maybe last word on how do you scale things, that individual contribution, individual projects to more structural change?
Yeah, good question, because we really haven't touched upon that. We always came to projects and impact, and but what we don't want is a number of isolated projects or worse pilots. So I think first thing is political and institutional anchoring of good initiatives in national policies, national tourism policies and strategies and policy frameworks. That's also strengthening the right institutions so that policies can be implemented. That is the one point that I would like to stress. And then that is often for the public sector a challenge, not only the German public sector, but also in the relevant countries, that you align this with market dynamics. And market dynamics can be a challenge because they can change over time, and having the agility to really design programs, strategies, and then also projects in a way that they align with the market and the business case. I think that makes it truly transformational. And lastly, I would also add something that we also didn't touch upon. Whenever there's a certain hype around the region or destinations, there's this danger of over-tourism, like you rightly explained with the example of Agadir. And especially when it comes to natural resources, I think this is a big challenge, because if you once get it wrong, you spoil it all. And there's a real important role of the public sector in organizing dialogue in society, so that that tourism is developed in a way that we don't end up with this kind of over-tourism and then end up with no tourism at all.
Exactly.
And maybe the very last point I want to say, because I know we come to a close here, is here we focus on tourism, but a lot of things that we do with partner countries have different names. It's agricultural value chains,
right.
it's infrastructure, it's all this. It is not only because of tourism and because it's helpful for their tour and TUI and their customers and the people working in the hotels. It has a broader context.
The
but it plays
ecosystem.
in. It's the ecosystem, right? Yeah.
Very good. I know we're running out of time, but this is only part one. So what we've heard is, of course, the relationship between government, development, corporation, and private sector is not really a luxury. It's how we achieve that structural change. And we're going to take this to session number 2. We're going to take a short break. We're going to bring this to session number 2, where we'll see examples in how do we shape this actually in practice. I'd like you to please give a good round of applause. Michael Krake, Hamid Bentahar, Ingo Bosmeister, Manuel Ferrer. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Good continuation of ITB. See you in 10 minutes.
ITB Berlin. ITB Berlin. Berlin.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. That was a short break, and for this second session, we move from this sort of strategic frameworks to actually practice. And that means, you know, how or what do cooperation instruments actually look like in practice? How do those market partnerships help build this more inclusive, more resilient tourism economies in developing countries? And so it's called Shaping Tourism Transformation, and we'll have concrete cases from Tunisia and Uzbekistan and examine how that bilateral cooperation and innovative partnership models creates that change. So for this, I am delighted to welcome and hand over this session. She is the director of the Agency for Business and Economic Development. She will guide us through Susanna Friedrich. Thank you. Welcome, Susanna.
Thank you, Willy, and a warm welcome on behalf of the Agency and for Business and Economic Development to all of you. As Willy said already, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into how international cooperation works, traditional bilateral cooperation, but also programs that work in partnership models involving German and European companies, but also chambers and business associations. They work under the umbrella of Partners in Transformation. And now we would like to start with an example from Tunisia. And I'm delighted to welcome on the stage José Manuel Fröhling, from Head of Project, GIZ Tunisia. Please welcome with me, José. Mr. Volker Adams, Head of Governmental Affairs at the German Travel Association. Welcome. Mr. Ahmed Batayeb, Tunisian President of the Tunisian Federation of Travel Agency. And Mr. Shafi Mouki, Head of Project at the German Travel Association. So let's start with you, José. When we talk about bilateral cooperation, you are representing one of the project of bilateral cooperation. So who enters in partnership with whom in that case?
Okay, thank you, Susanne. Thank you to the audience also to be here. When we're talking about partnerships and bilateral cooperation, it usually starts really like with politics, a partnership between governments and governments. In our case, in Tunisia, for the project Promotion of Sustainable Tourism, it was an agreement and commitment between the German government and the Tunisian government to really use tourism as a driver for sustainable development, for sustainable growth. And also in our case, it was special that also the European Union in Tunisia had the same strategical approach to really use tourism as a new driver to diversify the tourism development. So that's where we came in as GIZ, as an implementing agency to implement this project over 6 years in Tunisia. But talking about partnerships, I think where really the benefit of partnerships lays is afterwards in the implementation. Not only when governments work together, but when we as GIZ, together with our local partners, associations, as we have presented here as well, private sector in general, the governments, the ministries, with the municipalities in general on the ground, that's really the most important point, to bring the actors together to work with the same vision towards one direction, meaning really partnerships, aligned partnerships between public frameworks on one side, but also between business incentives. And that is an alignment what makes for me personally, but also for GIZ in this example, really the partnership real on the ground.
Ah, yeah, this is interesting. You said you started already 6 years ago, so the project was initiated in 2019. And now you have 9.5 million tourist arrival in Tunisia. So the country is back to pre-coronavirus levels. And maybe I can ask, why do we need international cooperation in Tunisia if we have such high levels?
Well, if you see, and you're completely right. I mean, now in 2025, 2026, you know, the tourism arrivals in Tunisia are 9.5 million, like they have been in 2018, 2019, before the COVID pandemic. In many ways, you could say that also tourism in Tunisia is the strongest economic pillar of the Tunisian economy, contributing, correct me, to 13 to 14% of the global GDP in Tunisia. But for us, we also saw, together with our partners in Tunisia and with the ministries, several structural challenges in Tunisia. When you're looking at Tunisian tourism system, mainly tourism is still focused up to today, but also before, on the coastal areas, coastal areas of Tunisia, mostly. And on the same way, Tunisia also faces a lot of, we have a high youth unemployment. We have a lot of significant regional disparities in Tunisia, meaning really the coastal regions are gaining the money from tourism mostly, but in the rural areas and other areas of Tunisia, where you also have a high potential, tourism was not really, or is not yet so high developed that it has really an economic impact. And so for us, the questions, all the partners whom we have been working together, it was never the question, should tourism grow? Because it's growing, we saw it already, but how is it growing? Like how can we support a growth which is more sustainable, more resilient, where also other actors are included within the supply chain of Tunisia, and that also other regions in Tunisia gain profit from tourism. We had in all the sessions, and we know it since years, that tourism really can contribute to a high economic growth. And that's also for us where the whole topic of diversification of the Tunisian tourism offer became really the most important point in this way.
So there are a lot of opportunities from a sustainable development point of view, but there are also opportunities for businesses. So can you share with us a little bit the challenges, but also the opportunities that you see in the cooperation?
Perhaps because, let's ask like this, you know, when everybody's thinking about Tunisia, still everybody's thinking about sunset beach, you know, we have the beautiful islands of Jerba, well, we know Carthage as UNESCO heritage sites, etc. But Tunisia has much more to offer. So in the beginning, we said, okay, what can we do? And we weren't able to do everything. You know, even if it's a project lasts 6 years, we can't work on all the tourism offers. So we really concentrated on 3 major topics. It was the culinary tourism, active outdoor tourism in this way, and cultural tourism, where we saw the biggest assets Tunisia has to diversify its offer. And then we have been working mostly on 3 levels. On the first side, really to work with private sector companies, mostly in rural areas or also in Tunis, Carthage, etc., in several areas, to support them to develop new tourism experiences, a little bit away from the classical tourism sites, which are already quite well developed, but really have this authenticity, you know, but really working with young entrepreneurs, with associations on the ground to really develop new tourism products in this way, to also interlink them to create really attractive regions. And also to see how can we reach, with this support, a critical mass in the regions that they can connect each other and really promote also their sub-destinations in this way. A second point where we have been really focusing on was on this regional interaction between Tunisia. And that's where we use a little bit this tool of thematical routes, where we develop several thematical routes like the culinary route of Tunisia, the cinematographic route linking Star Wars sites, but also with other film locations from Indiana Jones, etc., and really develop different projects around these themes. Hiking route was the third one, and UNESCO route, because you have a lot of different UNESCO sites within the whole country, and to really see and showcase also to the visitors, but also to the local population, okay, listen, that's something where you can identify in your region, where you have the potential to develop new tourism offers, new tourism experiences, and become part of the tourism supply chain in this way. And I think the third point where we have been working in, because at the end it's not only about developing new products, but it also to see how are we able to integrate these offers into policy, into national strategies at the end, you know. And that's, I think, the most important point. And looking back, perhaps to name also some figures. Within the 6 years or afterwards, made this evaluation, and we saw, okay, we created finally 1,300 jobs in the regions, mostly for women and youth, around 800 for both target groups. And we increased also the average or the average income by the companies around 10 to 20%. Now we support, or we have been working with in total 800 companies or entrepreneurs in this time, and I think that was really a huge success, just talking in terms of numbers. But, and I hope you can also confirm it with your experience in Tunisia, what was for me personally the most impact, that also the whole topic of diversification, sustainable tourism, etc., became a little bit a common ground, that we haven't not been working on a niche, but that we managed really all together, the whole ecosystem in Tunisia, all the Tunisian partners, to see, okay, that's a potential, that's something, if we diversify, more people can benefit, and we are not afraid to step in, to develop new experiences, etc. And I think that's something for me, the main achievement we all achieved in Tunisia, that we had created a dynamic which is not going so easy to be stopped, which is also now fixing to the market demands, etc.
So you had a really very clear framework with well-defined objectives and clear impact in your projects. So where did Partners in Transformation come in, and what was the benefit of this additional cooperation?
Partners in Transformation, for me, it says also to see how have we been able to work with other European or international partners as well, who have also the main interest in working in Tunisia jointly with us together. I'm not going into the details about the partnership you will be talking afterwards, but for me I think the benefit is quite clear. Because we are able, bilateral cooperation and Partners in Transformation, let's name it like this, really to combine the different strengths we have. As I mentioned, as international cooperation or bilateral cooperation, we are really working a lot on the policy level, bringing together the different actors on the ground, to form a dialogue, to really create a strong exchange that we are all going into one direction. And also we have the potential to minimize the risk for investments coming into the country on one side, because we are paving the ground. We can't expect, let's name it an example of tour operators, that tour operators, international tour operators, start developing new tourism offers, etc., on the ground, because you need a common understanding. You need already an offer which is there. But that's where we came in. And I think then the one big advantage working with DRV, with FTAF, but also with other companies, tourism providers, is really to see, okay, we minimized your risk, but you know what your customers are looking for. Because we as bilateral cooperation, and then I'm talking also about credibility, I can talk to small entrepreneurs in Tunisia to say, listen, me as Jose from GIZ, let's do this in tourism, and you will be able to earn more money, or create more jobs. The credibility lies if we connect this message directly with private sector companies coming from abroad who know the market, who finally also bring the customers to the end. And that's also where we can convince new entrepreneurs to develop something new, to develop new products, because they see directly a benefit, and you had directly this market linkages. And I think that's really something where we are quite complementary, working as bilateral cooperation together with the private sector, and combining it, and together really support the destinations to be more diversified, more resilient, and also having a better impact on the local economies on the ground.
So including the private sector really makes a difference and helps to achieve the development goals and making benefit the partner country and the companies involved. And maybe, thank you, Jose, for now. And as we have been mentioning Partners in Transformation already several times, I would like to give you briefly an overview of the different programs that the Federal Ministry of Economic Development and Cooperation offers to companies, to the private sector in Germany, but also Europe. So you can see here the different programs, all placed under the umbrella of Partners in Transformation, starting with the Agency for Business Economic Development, which I represent. We are the central point of contact for companies who want to engage in sustainable businesses in partner countries of German development cooperation. Then we have the Develop program, which is the most known program. Maybe you have heard of it already. This program aims at supporting private sector activities, sustainable activities with grants from 100,000 euros up to 2 million, with the same part put by the private sector partner. Then we have the help desk business and human rights, which is a desk that assesses companies in implementing human right and environmental due diligence in their supply chains. We have sorry, I'm just looking around. We have financial cooperation with Impact Connect, which is a program that provides EU companies with loans from 750,000 euros up to 5 million euros. And we have, and now we are going to go more in detail, the Import Promotion Desk, which is an instrument that opens new sourcing opportunities in partner countries. And last but not least, the chambers and associations. This is a program that aims at promoting partnerships and co-financing partnerships between associations in Germany and in the partner countries, so that the local partners and the members of these associations can benefit from better services. So this is Partners in Transformation in a nutshell. And now we are going to dive a little bit deeper. Volker, what was your reason for initiating an association partnership in Tunisia back in 2019? And why did you think that the Tunisian Federation of Travel Agencies were the right partner for you?
First of all, thank you very much for having us here and staging this event, giving us the opportunity to speak about our 6 years project in Tunisia. Great to be here with our partners from FTAV, from the Tunisian Association. Yes, looking back, it's quite difficult to remember the exact reasons why we went into this project, but the main reason was really because we had long-standing ties with the Tunisian Association. We were working closely with our Tunisian partners, and we saw, due to many reasons, the Arab Spring Revolution and others, that the tourism numbers coming from Germany had plummeted. And we really wanted to help our Tunisian partners in developing and recovering from this dip of tourism numbers. We were seeing that the economy was having trouble, and we were thinking about what can we do to help our Tunisian partners first of all gain a larger share of the German outbound market, number one. Number two is, how can we help them heighten the income from the tourism flow, and number three, become more resilient. And we wanted to profit a little bit from the partnership by being able to provide our customers a better product, a more interesting product, by having it a little bit more, by boosting it via diversification, and maybe even getting it to be a little bit more sustainable things. that we were seeing were really resonating on the German tourism market. So it was quite natural to say, okay, Tunisia is the market we're really aiming for, and the Tunisian partners are the ones we want to collaborate with. So I'm happy to be standing here with the president of FTAV and to be on the stage talking about
I want you to clap your hands. Come, come, come. Clap, 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 clap. Itb, we travel through the world, and now we go. Thank you. My name is Marvelin. I hope you have a good day, and thank you so much for the whole organization. Make some noise!
Wow, thank you so much, Marvelin. And let's reveal his real name. It's Marvin Pöttgen, the CEO at Beatbox Germany GmbH. So Marvelin, thank you so much for bringing the good vibes.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So let's thank them properly once again, right? So we had Dr. Martel Beck, and we had TUI and Deutsche Bahn and Joule on stage. This was an energetic session, but we continue straight.
Absolutely. Give them a round of applause, because we brought really the Berlin club vibes a little bit here on stage. This is Berlin, ladies and gentlemen. Berlin wouldn't be Berlin without dancing and the right vibes, right? So after a short break, of course, you mingle, you find your spot. We're gonna continue when it comes to how TikTok is revolutionizing travel, from inspiration to trends, but also to the lead of booking. So stay with us. In 2 minutes, we are back. Thank you.
Itb Berlin.
with that, we are back. Thanks again for being here with us. I see so many faces. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making this orange stage very special. And of course, greetings to you from wherever you are joining us virtually. It's great to have you digitally with us on board on this orange track, on this marketing and distribution track here at ITB Convention 2026. And we are diving into our next topic. I already mentioned it earlier when I started my thoughts with you, of course, where we're going when we go into the question on how to revolutionize travel through social media, especially through TikTok, when it becomes not just a trend, not just an inspiration, but really when it leads into booking. And Leah has all the info for our next speaker. So Leah, come and join me on stage.
I'm so filled with love for you guys because I love that you're being here and you have so many choices. You could do something else because there's so much going on at ITB Berlin Convention 2026, right? But you're choosing us. We thank you for that. And also everyone at home joining us via the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. We love that. Well, let's stay with the content. Let's stay with the creators. And if YouTube has become the engine of long-form inspiration, we heard that, right? That people really love long-form content as well. Then TikTok has redefined how trends are actually born. Travel decisions today are not shaped like in long-form formats, they're shaped in seconds. So it's about really mini moments when decisions are made through creators, communities, cultural moments, and increasingly, meet the team of our convention, AI-enhanced creativity. But something that I find very interesting personally is that we had TikTok here 2 years ago, and the whole question was basically, is TikTok relevant for travel at all? And then it was only for branding or for discovery. But this year, we're having TikTok here at the ITB Berlin Convention to really talk about measurable impact. We talk about conversion. We talk about how to turn this intent into bookings. And I'm thrilled to have them back again here. And everyone here and at home and wherever you're joining us from, please welcome to the stage the head of automotive, travel and mobility at TikTok, Adam Zarin.
Hello ITB, wow, the stage is getting bigger every year, Leah, so thank you so much. Quick show hands, who has found a destination on TikTok last year? Hands up. It's getting more and more. And great, because that's all about today, how to turn that tiny moment in your feed into a real booking. Let me start by how this became personal for me, and I need the clicker. Actually, who knows that feeling when you urgently need time off, but you have no clue where to go, what to do, and your family and friends also have no clue what to recommend to you? So for me, I really needed time off. And my journey of discovery this time didn't start on a comparison site or simply on a brochure. It started actually with a tiny moment on my feed.
Got the people saying,
This time I discovered on TikTok, through real people, through experiences, and real stories. And that's the change. At the end, I had a better feeling of Belize. It was more accessible to me. And the power of TikTok is really there. It didn't just show me a place, it showed me possibilities. And instead of opening 12 tabs, reading through reviews that somehow feel like robots and lose the excitement, I did this. I searched on TikTok again. So the Travel Talk community opened up a massive view of Belize, and not just the best restaurants or the best places to stay. A level deeper than that, do you know that feeling when you go into a restaurant and you spot the plates, which food is the best to order? That moment you will get on TikTok, because they will show you what to order, where to sit, and what's the best time to get there. And this is exactly the shift we are getting from information to feeling. People validate. I validated myself. My name is Adam Zarin. I help with my team to win on TikTok and to really pay into your business goals. And today, I'll share what's working, what's not working, and what to do next. Let's see the agenda. So what you will learn today is 3 things. We have the travel audience with us because you have to understand the new traveler who's on TikTok. Then we've identified 3 core behaviors. So how do they behave? How do they act? What do they like? And also the role for brands, because you deserve one. First things first, behavior comes always with the audience. Scale matters. Roughly 1 in 8 people on the planet are using TikTok every day, watching a movie worth of content. So when travel shows up here, it shows up at cultural scale. Now, what kind of travelers are they? Like me, millions of people come to TikTok to discover, to get inspired across every stage of their planning journey. And 7 in 10 actually say that they have booked a journey or a trip what they have seen on TikTok. Our users reflect a wide range, but skew younger. We are a young platform. So 2 in 3 are actually under 44, and almost half of the users on TikTok are under 34. But the bigger point is how they self-describe them. They describe themselves as adventurous, as first to try, experience-driven. They don't want to do the same trip what everyone else did. They want to do something new. And this mindset changes actually the value equation for them on what travel has. So what is really interesting for you as marketer and as brand, they're willing to pay what's feeling worth. So over the half say they will spend more to improve their experience. For Gen Z even, travel is the #1 financial priority right after financial independence. Now, what do they actually look for? There is not one persona. You have natures, you have outdoors, you have the business travelers, the content creators. And the implication for you guys, one generic sunset mottage won't serve everyone. On TikTok, personalization wins. And travelers actually seek content that's personal and purposeful. So where to eat, where to stay, but also, very important, delivered in their match of taste. And it's not just where, it's more about where is my where. And who of you have already produced a TikTok video but never published it? Also very common theme what we see among our users. They use TikTok to simply produce an after video of their holiday. They never put it online. They just share it with their friends because it's so easy to produce content on the platform for your private purposes. Now, everything we see on TikTok among TikTok users can be explained in 3 core behaviors. If you remember nothing, remember these 3. Behavior #1, always on inspiration. Travel on TikTok is not seasonal. Remember, 1 billion people coming daily to the platform. So it's a daily habit. People are planning in February, March, April, not just in the main holiday season. That means you as a brand have to show up also in between and not just in the peak time. So your opportunity is really to become an essential part of everyday scroll and not just the holiday search. And when people look for inspiration, TikTok leads. So in this research, TikTok ranks as #1 in terms of inspiration source, even higher than family and friends, other social platforms, and search engines. That's huge. Inspiration used to be the word of mouth, but now it's the word of feet. But inspiration isn't passive. What we see compared to last year, look at the signals. Saves went up, searches go up, the comments go up. So people don't just watch, they actually collect and validate what they have seen. So you can say a save is basically a future booking shortlist. Which brings us to core behavior #2, closing the dream to gap. Historically, what we have seen is it could take months to book. So the booking journey is quite long, as Lea already said. On TikTok, it can happen in days, in seconds, because there is a content that mixes emotion with information. So it's not someday, it's send me the link. And the data backs it. So what we see actually is that the majority have booked an experience or something they have seen on TikTok within the last 3 months. So it's not just upper funnel. But how fast does that decision actually happen? For you as a marketer, really important. This is my favorite slide. 22% book within a day, 62% within a week, and 81% within a month. So it's not awareness, it's real acceleration for your business. Like also yesterday, we heard from our colleague from A&O how they generated additional revenue just from TikTok. Now the last question is, what pushes actually the people over the edge? Let's check core behavior 3. Visual, search check, We call it wipe check. Search on TikTok isn't like traditional search. It's not what is the best hotel. It's more like, does this place really feel like me? And people are checking the vibe, the crowd, the neighborhood, what it feels like in real life. On TikTok, you will get the behind the scenes, the non-perfect version of that spot. And it's happening constantly. So a large share of travelers are really looking weekly for new travel content on the platform. And it's about routes, restaurants, accommodations, new spots. It's both discovery and research. And when you look at what they are searching or why they are searching, it's visually inspiring. It's also super short. And you see real people's experiences. It's not easy to fake that. So there are real people who really saw what happened there. And this is the shift. You as a brand actually own, you have to own, and you earn a role within this feed. So the question is, how? And the entry ticket for you guys is trust. The good news is, trust is really high among creators and brands. So the opportunity is to behave like a trusted advisor, helpful, honest, but in a TikTok native way. Next question, how do people within TikTok actually discover new destinations or new flights, whatever? So discovery normally happens through creators. So when you scroll through the feeds, the main theme are creators. Followed by an ad, so you can put an ad in between of the creators, and also what we see, brand-led videos, which still has some room to grow. So the winning combination, what we see actually on the platform is creator-led storytelling with a brand clarity. So you have to combine it, which means that users will actually enjoy it because the combination is there and the storytelling feels native to them. What formats do they love? It's tips and hacks, it's short documentaries, a day in a life. And notice what's missing? The perfect brand film. We don't need that on TikTok. You can put that on other platforms, on TVC, but not on TikTok, please. So they wanted about these topics native, and other topics are also things to do, places to eat, or simply accommodations, but the real view. So for you as a travel brand, sell the itinerary, not the inventory at the first step. Now, how do we scale that sustainably? This is the mindset change. See creativity as an investment, not as a cost. Because at the end, creativity is targeting. It is your media on the platform. And there is evidence that creativity drives business growth for you guys. So McKinsey findings show that businesses prioritizing creativity actually achieve significant higher improvements. So we saw 67% above average organic revenue growth and 70% above average shareholder returns, proving that creativity directly correlates with outcomes. On TikTok, creativity drives culture, community, and commerce. So that multiplies actually the outcome. Now, the question is how? And the question isn't if creativity drives growth, it's how. And our answer is human and AI. Think of it as a formula. Human creativity, creators, times AI efficiency. So we as human, we bring the idea, we bring the taste, we bring the truth, we bring the validation. But AI helps with personalization, with versioning, with extension, with translations. And our solution for AI video generation is called TikTok Symphony. It's for free, everyone can use it, you can directly access it, and just start testing around. Let's have some examples what I did. So I asked Symphony to produce a video, which is basically on the prompt, a family on the beach enjoying their vacation, showing a hotel in the background. Now, I'm not the best prompter, so I just click on Enhance, and I get a better prompt. And the result is this. So this took me 30 seconds. 5-second clip can be versioned in thousands, in millions of versions. But did you recognize something on that video? There is a red bucket. Why is there a red bucket? And that's the thing. Don't just leave it alone. We need humans who control that, who check, is that really possible what's happening there? So it's not about replacing people, it's really about multiplying your formats and your capabilities. Next example, build a custom avatar or select from a stock avatar. So I could produce myself as a digital Erdem and speak for you as a brand. But you can also just go into the library and select an avatar, like I did, for example. I wanted to have a tour guide in the Amazonas, so the text was, "Hello friends from the Amazonas, let's start our tour for today." And what came out was this video. So this is a completely AI-generated character. This is not a real person. And we have tons of different versions of it, but you can also choose out of real humans. Let's have a look.
Hello friends from the Amazonas, let's start our tour for today. You will experience a tour through the jungle, but take care, we might see some wild animals, so stay close to the group and don't get lost.
Let's see where the jungle is, but again, you have to control this. So it's funny and it's part of it, but you have to own it. Another example is go local through dubbed translations, 125 languages, and we also have slangs which you can use. My parents are from Turkey, so let's listen it in Turkish.
Merhaba Amazonlardan arkadaşlar, bugün turumuza başlayalım. Bir orman turu deneyimleyeceksiniz ama dikkat edin, bazı vahşi hayvanlar görebiliriz. Bu yüzden gruba yakın kalın ve kaybolmayın.
Or simply turn an image into a moving image. Today in the morning, together with Banks, on the way to the ITB, we wanted to do a post, but I mean, we're on short video platform, so I asked Symphony to bring this picture into a video. And this was the result. Also, 20 seconds, and do you recognize something here? The waterfall? So again, you can really play with it. And on TikTok, iteration beats perfection. That's the fun of it. And now, the first part of the recipe is ready. We have a video. But the question now is, how do we reach the right people who actually want to book, who are within the intent, or book a hotel, or whatever you're really selling? Our spearhead solution for the travel industry are travel ads. This was developed only for you guys. So travel ads are designed around travel intent. We have all the intent data used, built an enriched ad experience. So basically, you can take a video and position all of your offers within this little pop-up, which is scrollable, so you can place your flights. And the travel ads will help you to promote all of that. So hotel properties, flight routes, and destinations at scale. And the best, it's also AI fueled. So it's called Smart Plus. It will help you to find the right people, to optimize, so it's just one click for you guys. But let me make it real with a case study. Etihad saw a significant lift here, and they launched actually the travel ads in 4 markets, combining intent signals with the flight catalog, so bringing both together. The results, lifts in search, and bookings, and more important, strong incremental ROAS. So, what should you take away and do next? 5 key takeaways. Inspiration has no off-season. Be always on. Second, close the dream to gap. Travel is a top financial priority for TikTokers. Search is a wipe check, built for validation. Creativity is an investment, so treat it like a growth lever, not as a cost. And let AI solutions like the travel ads scale your bookings. So if you go out today, do me one favor, audit your content for wipe and value. Does it make me dream? Does it make me do? We have compiled a marketer's guide for you travelers, so you can download it here. You can hit me up after the session. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leah, for the chance to speak here.
Wonderful. Adam, thank you so much. You know, you said iteration beats perfection. I love that, because isn't that empowering? Isn't that so empowering, right? I mean, this is like perfect. These times are so exciting in travel. We heard it earlier with AI. It's just, we can go to it and start doing it ourselves, and we have a learning curve that's so steep. I find this is fantastic. But I have a question for you, because obviously, the first year we had TikTok here, the question I asked in the audience was, who of you has TikTok on the phone? Because that was the question, if you would have TikTok on the phone. But now we want to know, because most of you will probably have TikTok on the phone, what's the best account to follow on TikTok in terms of travel? What's your favorite account that everyone here has to follow?
There's one creator, Lily's Travel Hacks. She's actually really great. I think she's also working together with some hotels, but what she's doing is she's really going into the hotel and showing the perks, and you get a lot of real insights in terms of price, value, and that turns for a booking. So I booked something already in
You did?
Bavaria. Yeah,
Oh, wow,
based
okay.
on that. And it's snackable, it's short, it's entertaining, it's fun.
Well, thank you for the tip, and I look forward to have you back next year. Thank you so much for being here, Adam.
Thank you so much.
Give it up, a warm applause, everyone at home, everyone here, for Adam Zarin. Yes, and we say back to Katie.
ITB Berlin.
Thank you, Leah, and of course, thanks to TikTok for taking us into, of course, the question on how to revolutionize travel through social media, especially through TikTok. It's great to have you back on board. So mingle around, find new colleagues, maybe also new friends. This is also the magic of ITB and the ITB community and family coming together. And stay tuned as we are diving, just after a short break, into our very well-known travel tech startup session. So it won't be boring, that's for sure. And I see you back in 2 minutes.
ITB Berlin.
but also caution because of our place in the ecosystem. We were thinking about it a little bit like, you know, the Peter Parker's Uncle Ben in Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. We gave this motto our own twist. We said, dare to experiment, because innovation is in our DNA, but deploy with care, because we have a responsibility toward our customers. And so today, what I want to share with you is 3 examples of what we are doing. It's just 3 examples. It's not exhaustive at all. And it's 3 examples at different stages of maturity. So let's start with the first one. The first one is something live, as you can see here. It's an AI-enabled chatbot. But it did not start as an AI-enabled chatbot. It started first as an AI-enabled platform that we developed for our customer advisors. We help them find more quickly the information, understand better the question of the customers, and it improved really the way they responded. It improved really their working condition, their efficiency. And so quickly, we started to implement that into our chatbot and into what our users and our customers are able to interact with. The idea was really to make our customers autonomous as much as possible. We are a digital platform. We don't want, as much as possible, people relying on travel agents or human advisors to book their own tickets. And so, very quickly, we were able to measure the impact for our customers. You have some of them on the screen, but apart from those figures, 95% of the people that interact with our chatbot
and everyone
today
joining us via the live stream.
Thank
you for being here.
And
this is a session I love, particularly because it's an evergreen, something that the audience loves, and it works every time like a charm. So we just repeat it's copy-paste every year, you know? It's not much work for me. I just take the format from last year, I put different people in, and it works perfectly fine. But the great thing is that one thing is certain in our industry, that's the uncertainty, right? So the question posed last year and 2 years ago will always have a different answer when you ask it today, right? So you can keep even the questions in the panel just the same, because everything's changing, and I think this is exciting, because there's so much novelty. Right, so travel tech is back in motion, right? But the rules have changed significantly. Capital is more disciplined, and AI, there's AI again, is rewriting cost structures too. So corporate buyers expect faster return on investment, and founders are building in an environment now that rewards clarity over hype. So in this first part of this 3-part session coming up, we're going to look at what actually gets funded in 2026. We're going to collect some thoughts on what's the sentiment in the travel tech funding space. And then we're going to have 4 live pitches here, live on stage. We get feedback for them, tough love, but we take it soft, right? We don't have a price. This is not science here. We want to give like innovative ideas of our industry. We want to give them a space at Itb Berlin Convention as well. So we thought it's important that we have on the big stage as well, we have the ones that really want to change something and they want to bring new ideas to our space. That's why we have this session here. So take it as a hopefully inspiring session, but also entertaining session, right? So keep up the good vibe. And I have 3 experts that agreed to join me. I'm very grateful for that because I can't do it alone. So please welcome to the stage here at the Itb Marketing and Distribution Track 2026, Susanna Chui, Michael Tresco, and Lars Mangelsdorf. And they come up to the stage and join me to the center of the stage to sit down. A warm applause, please. Wonderful. So you're the cherry on the cake today at the Itb Marketing Distribution Track. this is the wrap-up, right, of this day, the final session. Thank you so much for coming in. And Susanna, you are a regular here at this session.
I am. Thank you for having me back.
Thank you for coming back again. So we did something right, right?
I hope I'm doing something right at the same time,
well,
too.
it's up to you, right, to give the feedback later. So, Susanna, you're head of Amadeus Ventures at Amadeus IT Group. And the reason I invited you is because you're leading strategic investment at one of the travel's most influential technology players, Amadeus IT Group, massive player in our industry. And you bring the corporate venture perspective. Correct. So this is where innovation meets long-term industry strategy. It's not only about the ticket you get written, it's really also about the knowledge and the connections and the network. So thank you so much for being here with us again.
My pleasure.
Wonderful. And then Michael, you're a first timer here at the ITB Marketing Distribution track. Thank you for coming in.
I think that's right. Thank you for having me.
Yes, and Michael, we invited you because you're partnered at 8 Roads Ventures, and you're investing in European and Israeli technology scale-ups. So you're basically having the growth capital lens.
That's right.
Right? So you can really tell us what it takes to take a promising startup to a global player, like the scale game. So that's what I count
share
on.
a perspective.
Okay, good. That's what I count on here. And then Lars, you're like having a few perspectives that you bring in here. You're the VP of Spend at Perk. That's like your current role, right? So you're representing Perk here. For everyone who doesn't know, Perk is a travel management technology player in our industry. But you're also an entrepreneur from Switzerland, and you are a seed investor, and you are the co-founder that turned investor, because you co-founded Yokoi, which was acquired by Perk.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you so much for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here, and it's especially a pleasure to also represent the founders that we have here in the room. So really happy to be here.
Yeah, because this is always, you know, that's maybe something before we start I want to really highlight. It's always, you can judge easily, right? And that's why like personally, I don't really like these formats if you think about it like ethically, because it takes so much guts and so much energy and so much stamina to actually have an idea, execute, and then stay with it, right? So to me, all of the startups in our industry are basically winners already, because they actually took the step right to start. But we got into this later, and we have enough time to give them a lot of love here as well for being so brave and taking on new ideas. I really want to know, and I think everyone in the industry wants to know, how the investor sentiment in travel tech is right now. And yes, I'd like to start with you, Susanna. How would you describe the sentiment at the moment in terms of travel tech investments?
There's only one word: AI. The beginning, the end, and everything in between is AI.
You're nodding. Would you add anything, Michael? Would you say, how would you describe the sentiment in travel tech? More AI.
Well, I would say so. First of all, agree as usual. Secondly, we're kind of going back to travel being really exciting at the very foundational level, right? Because we have a new technology wave coming, and as a result, things that we thought were solved or done in a certain way are being rediscovered. And that creates a lot of exciting opportunities from an entrepreneurial perspective, and of course, then as an investor, I now get to look at things that I thought were done, and they're established leaders, and all of a sudden a new technology is emerging that is allowing the emergence of new companies on travel discovery, planning, you know, things that we thought were solved 7 times over in a certain way are now being redone. And I think that's just, you know, AI is kind of the buzzword, but the underlying point is there's just a ton of innovation, and you can double click on everything and discover something new, which 5 years ago I would have said, well, we're kind of at the late stage of the last technology wave. That's not the case anymore. The big prizes were taken already, right?
Right. And would you see uncertainty in the scene now? Because, I mean, if everything is reshuffled, your old playbooks don't work, right? You cannot copy-paste like I did from last year.
Look, as a venture capitalist, I am biased to optimism and euphoria. So it's not uncertainty, it's opportunity.
Opportunity, great.
But of course, uncertainty is the other side of the same coin. So of course, yeah.
Lars, what are you seeing? I mean, you were in the shoes of having a company, then you exited. So what is your impression?
I mean, we were super lucky at that point in time to already have AI in our platform. That helped for sure. And today, if I also talk to investors and other founders, so I run a lot of events also in Switzerland where I bring founders together. I do a lot of investments. Yes, I think the AI hype is everywhere, but I think we also noticed that so many things can be copied so easily. So it's not just AI, it's also, we went from growing at all costs to like really execute very well, have your metrics, and being very like profitable in everything that you do, right? That counts way more than before. But yeah, ultimately it's an AI hype, and that is paired with make sure you win clients, make sure you onboard them, make sure you get them happy, and they won't churn, right? So it's not just the AI alone that you need, you also need to execute very well. And what you said, I'm also very optimistic, and it's always a double-edged sword. Whenever there's optimism, there's also a lot of uncertainty. So you always have both, right? And I also do see both as a seed investor.
Right, and I mean, if I ask you, because you scaled and exited, what would you say most founders still underestimate, especially in our industry around this environment?
Yeah, I think what I said before, I think I mean, it's many things. I think one is that just because you have AI doesn't mean you'll get funding. I think it takes more than that, but my colleagues here can talk more about the like what they look for when you fundraise. And I also do think that a lot of founders, especially in travel tech, underestimate the complexity that is underlying, and very frankly, at Yoko we also underestimated it a lot. You have a lot of regulations in different countries, you have a lot of systems in the travel tech landscape that you'll need to integrate, so it is very, very complex, especially once you start to expand into new markets.
Right, and Michael, what does it really take to raise growth capital today?
So on the one hand, the answer is exactly the same as always, which is you need to have a strong team going after an exciting opportunity / market with a differentiated product, right? And then in the growth stage, all of that needs to be underpinned by attractive metrics, right? Because we're now at a point where you're no longer talking about what it is you're going to be doing. You have a couple of years of experience probably, and so the metrics need to be telling the same story, right? On the other hand, because of AI and some of the technological innovations over the last years, each of these points has changed dramatically in its meaning. If you take teams, for example, teams are significantly smaller nowadays than they used to be because you can do much more with less, right? And so the way we used to evaluate what is a great team today is somewhat different, because it used to be, well, do I think this founder can scale a 1,000-people company, right? That may or not be necessary today. Maybe today the answer is 50 people, right? Which clearly takes a different skill set from managing a team of 1,000. Similarly, when we think about the market, a few years ago it would have been, who is the legacy competitor? Can we take a part of that share? Typically it's a software company. Nowadays you're also including labor spend into it, and you're saying actually our addressable market is significantly larger, right? Because we're increasing the scope of automation beyond what software was doing to something that people were doing. And product is probably the most interesting point, right? And I think you were saying how it makes it a bit easier to copy. And what is a good product these days, right? And frankly, I think that debate is very much ongoing, right? And there's a lot of questions about, hey, software and recurring revenues, is that as convincing of a mode as we thought it was? And I think we all are still sort of tapping a bit in the dark, but that clearly is being rewritten. And last but not least, the metrics part. We still want great metrics, but what great metrics look like is very different today from a few years ago.
All right.
Companies are growing much faster, are burning much less. So a company whose metrics used to be top quartile a couple of years ago, today would be okay, but it's much harder to stand out today than it was a few years ago, right? So coming back to the original question, it's all the same things, but they all look, feel, and smell very different.
Okay, very interesting. And Susanna, from your VC, like the corporate perspective, right? So if you look at 2021, we talked about this 2021. So now looking back, what changed? What would we say? Is there something that stands out for you?
Yeah, a lot have changed, but there are also a lot of things that hasn't changed.
Okay.
Basically, 21 we were having the volatile times with the pandemic. We are also still going through a volatile times with the situation that we are in general. I still remember, I've been in this role for more than 10 years now. One of my earliest investments was a natural language processing company. So I went through the first wave of AI, and then we had meta search, NFTs, anyone?
Yeah, NFTs. Oh my God.
Blockchains,
I still have one.
Yeah.
You still have one?
It's not worth as much anymore, but I'll keep it for just as a lesson for all of us.
For all of us. So tech trends comes and goes, right?
Yeah.
But what hasn't changed is the philosophy of the investment program that we've been working on in Amadeus. So we are a strategic investor, and we look for startups that are solving real business problems. So how are you using these technology trends, these new ways of doing things, in order to solve real business problems? So that is the core of it, right? And be able to generate value to either the end traveler or the providers, such that they are willing to pay you for the innovations that you bring to the market. So I think that is the thing that hasn't changed as the principle of the startups' role in our ecosystem, and also the Amadeus' willingness to work with and interface and collaborate with startups in our ecosystem.
Right, interesting. And I mean, we talked about AI and how it is accelerating change, but also increasing uncertainty. So if you invest now as an investor, I mean, how do you evaluate that there is a return in 3 to 5 years? Michael, if you look at how do you do that? You don't even know, right? Who knows? Do you know?
No one knows. I don't know if anyone ever did. So I don't think that has changed really.
Okay.
Right? Fundamentally, we are in the business of betting on people and innovation. And the way I personally think about this, the entrepreneurs now have a wider, more exciting arsenal to execute on their vision than before, period, full stop. And of course, that arsenal is available to others, and that creates ambiguity as to differentiation, and building a product is not enough. But fundamentally, you can do much more now, and that unlocks more opportunities for creativity, which is what we're excited about. And as always, it's very difficult to forecast whether a 5-people team is going to build a multi-billion-dollar company, and we all know that the odds are against those 5 people. But then we have examples like yours where it works out, and that's what we're ultimately here to celebrate and partner with. So the job is not to run away from uncertainty. The job is to embrace it, and then say, within the context of the uncertainty, which teams do we want to partner with us, and equally which teams want to partner with us. So it's a partnership.
Right. Yeah, I completely agree with.
Please, of course, absolutely.
With Michael. Notice there are a lot of fundamentals that hasn't changed. Right, is it the quality of the team, the product market fit, like the tractions? Is that, are you able to convince early customers to come on board? Like, are you showing, right, is a revenue runway? All of that. You know? In travel tech, like we used to have a saying, right? To say whatever business model that we see, we ask the question. Say, are you going to be copied by Expedia? Are you going to be copied by Booking? Right? Is Google going to do the same thing tomorrow? Now we just add another question. Is Claude and OpenAI going to do the same tomorrow? Right? To say, so a lot of the AI propositions, of course, is that you are using and building on top of foundation models as a leapfrog, you know, to speed up the other technologies to be able to deliver value. But the core of that question is, what are you bringing to the table in that concept? Right? Are you helping the companies in some business logics? Are you bringing in knowledge? Like, what are you bringing into the equation that the foundations models are not going to be able to replicate, or to say that, or things that are already on their roadmap? So I think that is one of the key questions for entrepreneurs these days, to think about what is your value add in that equation.
Right. I mean, I feel already we could already extend the session, because there's so many questions coming up while I'm listening that I didn't, I didn't plan in, so I have to park them for later. But Lars, I'm curious, because Susanna touched upon it, right? It's important that you have something the industry really needs. And there was long-term the narrative, you have to solve a problem for travel, right? What do you feel? Which problems are travel companies actually willing to pay for still? Do you see areas of opportunity that you would like to point out?
I mean, I do see a lot of opportunities, and I'm always very opportunistic. I think I belong to these people that always see opportunities everywhere. I don't think that it has changed so much on, like, the problems will always be there, right? There will always be problems to solve. I think what has changed from a founder's perspective on how to solve these problems, I think what today is needed is a lot of adaptability. what you said before, right? You always have to be paranoid. You have to always ask yourself, will Claude, ChatGPT be able to replicate this? You know, you have to use new technologies. You have to get a Mac Mini, install CloudBot, make sure you have some bots running and really like experiment with it. And then I think what is really important is to also have a fierce sense of urgency in how you solve this problem, because there's a big race going on. You will not be the only one in this field, and you might even compete against very big players, which also happened to us, right? So you always need to be at the front of innovation and always keep pushing this as an organization. And I think there's a lot of opportunity because this is way, way easier today with smaller teams leveraged by AI than it used to be back in the days when we raised 80 million. We hired like 100 people in 12 months, right? It's something you would not do today anymore, and that also slows down your organization. So you actually have a lot of opportunity to push and to have small teams and to be highly efficient and to really make sure that you leverage a new technology to solve a problem that has been there and that will probably always been there, but make sure you solve it in an efficient way that companies will pay for it.
Right. And I mean, the advice now cannot be applied anymore because the startups are ready to pitch, so they can't change anything in their pitch. But still, I want to collect your advice. So, Michael, what would you say in 2026? I'm a founder in the room. What mistake should I absolutely avoid? Give me the no-go as a founder.
Oh, man. I'll go a little bit controversial. The number one mistake is to try to figure out what investors want to hear and adjust to that, because then you kind of have the tail wagging the dog, right? Because ultimately, I am looking for authenticity and deep understanding of a problem that, you know, an entrepreneur is uniquely positioned to solve because of their insights, experience, et cetera, right? And that fundamentally is then up to them how they phrase it, position it, how they speak about it. And if instead an entrepreneur says, oh, we'll do the investors thing and let me reposition this, right? It turns a lot of times into a really awkward sort of theater performance, right? And in the end, because the point is, this is someone who's going to be spending years of their life and other people's lives working on solving a, by definition, difficult problem, because otherwise it would have been solved already. So really, they are the ones who will have to have the conviction and to demonstrate it. And that conviction needs to be very authentic, I think. And there needs to be a reason why they think they are qualified to do this, as opposed to, you know, pitching things and adjusting. So it's one of those where say the right things, but say them because you feel that way as opposed to because you think that you have to say them.
All right. Before I collect your thoughts, I think we're going to move to the pitches because we don't want to stress them out, right? And even more, right? Because I know, I mean, we have to appreciate that. Who of us loves that, going on stage and being judged? I mean, right? So kudos to you to being here. We really appreciate that. And are you ready for the pitches? Shall we take them on?
Oh, right. I'm excited. Let's do it.
Let's go. So I'm not sure, can you see really well there? Because you can move a bit so that because they're going to be pitching there. And yes, everyone, now we're going to transition into the second part of the session, a three-part session. Now we have the pitches. We have 4 founders, and we have them pitching. Each of them get 3 minutes sharp, very, very sharp. I mean, I'm going to cut them if it's at 4, right? But we said 3 minutes because we want to have a quick conveying of the idea. And then, yes, you're not holding back, right? You're going to share your instant thoughts that you have, and I think it's a great opportunity for our industry to first of all hear what's new out there, what are the ideas, to give them the spotlight, and also to hear from you what they maybe, you know, could consider for continuing their journey. So, are we ready for startup number 1? Yes. Everyone, wherever you are in the world, here in the room, please welcome to the stage with the loudest applause you ever gave in your life, the co-founder and CEO of Equera, Danielle Finch. Please take the stage.
All right. Hey everyone, this is Catherine. She's a travel agent that knows that what her clients want is changing. 90% of all travelers want to experience life like a local, and 69% want to leave a place better than they found it. And experiences like this, they exist, but they're trapped behind PDFs, WhatsApp threads, and one-off listings, undiscoverable and unbookable at scale. Then there's Greg. Greg runs a community-based tourism organization, or CBTO, that not only produces locally led, non-commoditized products, but that reinvests revenue into the community and stops economic leakage. These are the exact products that Catherine wants. But when Greg tries to tap into that demand, this is the maze that he has to navigate. Travel tech that was built to distribute products that are already online and not products like Greg's. The result is that Catherine falls back on commoditized inventory and loses her competitive edge. Greg never scales beyond local reach. This is not a supply and demand problem. This is a distribution problem. I'm Danielle, and I'm the CEO of Aquera, the infrastructure that makes community-based tourism online bookable, discoverable, and operational at scale through our mobile-first low-bandwidth web app. CBTOs can upload and distribute their products, manage their bookings, and deliver a great guest experience. Unlike other platforms that just recycle what's already online, we're the critical infrastructure unlocking these new products. And so Aquera becomes a supply partner for Catherine. And Greg, he doesn't just get listed on another platform, but he finally gets the tools that he needs to list directly, run his business independently, and compete. We monetize on commission from both CBTO bookings and multi-day itineraries through our tour operator network. In the future, we're launching SaaS products that bring in an MRR multiple. And we distribute across multiple channels, not just one marketplace. So the margin is still high, and there's no race to the bottom on pricing. The CBTO market is growing 2.4 times faster than the general travel market. And this is in total a $5.6 billion market opportunity. And we have a projected 33 million ARR that we're going to reach by year 5. Aquera scales because we're not building this network. We're just tapping into one that's existed for over 50 years. We started in the field, living with and validating our idea with communities, 100 communities in over 12 countries. And then we acquired customers through existing CBTO networks, which enabled us to launch 2 countries in our first 2 months. The result is that we now have a repeatable destination playbook that will allow us to go to 11 countries by the end of this year. We launched our pilot in September in Uganda and Rwanda and have already digitized over 170 products. Our first distribution partnerships went from LOI to live inventory in 6 weeks. Tonight, we're signing our very first tourism board MOU, and for the rest of the quarter, we're focused on unlocking more distribution partnerships, including companies that are doing over $1 billion in turnover and entering our first flagship market on the supply side. Our team spans both inbound and outbound markets. I've spent my career digitizing complex processes for big companies like Michelin and Home2Go. Emmanuel has an MS from Carnegie Mellon and builds remote tech where others don't. Rogers can run operations with his eyes closed, and Sabiti's training is so solid that it's been published as a textbook. We're raising $590K in a pre-seed safe, and we're already backed by travel tech execs and companies. So if you're an investor, we'd love to talk. If you're a travel buyer, come visit us. We're in Hall 5.1, stand 100. Help Catherine find Greg. Help Greg reach the world, and help us at Aquera restore equity in travel. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Danielle. That was impressive. It was only 30 seconds longer, but you know, it was perfectly delivered. So I'm not sure. What do you think, Lars? What is your first thoughts?
I think it's really interesting. I mean, as you know, if you read my biography, I'm coming more from the fintech side than travel. But of course, I'm very exposed to travel. My question is, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this, how do you make sure that you won't be copied by artificial intelligence?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think our competitive advantage lies in the strength of our supply enablement. So when you see a perfect example, a product that's on the platform, they've been running for 10 years, and on their website, it said, biking, we choose the routes. What that actually is a full-day biking safari in one of the only national parks in East Africa where you can do that. To get that online, AI can't extract what that actually is, right? We're actually going in and kind of training the individuals themselves to help them understand what information they need to make the products bookable and buyable. And so the supply enablement piece is really where we excel, and AI is aiding in that, but we don't see that as a replacement for that.
Okay. All right. Susanna, shoot.
Yeah. Would you mind explaining a bit more your business model? I'm not exactly sure whether you're doing direct B2C or are you doing B2B, and also any business traction metrics that you already have.
Yeah, sure. So our model is distributing both into B2B and B2C channels, and we do that from B2B either directly connecting the local tour operators to the agencies or the distribution channels, or through a DMC. Either existing, if you have an existing DMC network, you can keep it, it's fine, and we can integrate directly that way, or we bring our own DMCs. So that's that, and then we also enable, though, the B2C bookings as well. We always say that we want CBTOs to book their calendars with the traffic that they want. So that's what that's the business model. And so our first distribution partnership went live at the beginning of February, and we're still in an activation. So we expect our first bookings to come latest Q2.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, Michael, would you add anything? Do you have a question? Do you have feedback?
Well, first of all, I'll start with feedback, which is I thought this was a really nice presentation.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
It's a hell of a job to squeeze in all the content in such short period of time, and I think you covered all the bases.
Thank you.
Second, I really like the mission, and I think it's very clear who your target audience is, and I love sort of using the characters, because I am very certain that those characters are out there, right? And the question really is how many there are, but no doubt there will be people who are looking exactly for what you're offering, which I think is at the beginning of, that's where you want to start,
yeah.
right? Because if that doesn't exist, the rest doesn't really matter, right? Maybe tell us a little bit about the supply. How do you identify these providers, and are they unique to your platform? Will I, if that's what I want, have no choice but to work with your platform?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we identify the suppliers by following this CBTO model, which has been used by aid organizations and NGOs since the 1970s. And so usually in a country, there's some form of an association, or we work also with the tourism board sometimes. So that's the only way we can really do long tail travel digitization without killing ourselves on CAC. So that's how we typically find them. And we have products ranging from 2-day coffee hikes where you stay at the top of a mountain that are a bit more low-key, to actually 2 UN award-winning organizations. Greg's a real customer. Greg has a UN award-winning organization. You can find them in other places, but we do plan to be the primary source of distribution, but that's why we're also enabling the B2C side. So we're giving them the operational tools to not just facilitate, to capture the demand, but to actually facilitate and carry out the operations. So that's the idea, that FITs can come through the B2C, and then the travel buyers come through B2B. And we don't plan, that's what we plan to do right now.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if there's no other thoughts, then thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
CEO
you.
co-founder Danielle Finch of Equera. Yes, ready for the next